Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey into one of the most peculiar anxieties of the Victorian era, a fear so profound that it made Christmas seem like a peaceful refuge by comparison. Imagine a holiday where unmarried women dreaded the dawn, where mothers collapsed from exhaustion, where a single mistake could destroy your social standing for an entire year. This was not Halloween with its manufactured scares. This was New Year's Day in Victorian England, and for women, it was nothing short of terrifying. What made this celebration more feared than any other day of the year? Stay with me, and you will discover a world where joy was performed, anxiety was hidden, and the price of social survival was far higher than anyone today could imagine. So before we step into this forgotten world together, I have a small request. If you find yourself drawn into tonight's story, if these voices from the past speak to you, please consider subscribing to this channel and leaving a like on this video. But only do so if you genuinely enjoy what I am bringing to you. I want your support to be real, not obligatory. And I am curious, where are you right now? Are you in bed, headphones on, letting the day fade away? Are you driving through the night, or perhaps folding laundry while history unfolds in the background? Drop a comment and let me know where and when you started this journey. I truly love hearing from you. Now, dim your lights if you can. Let the world around you grow quiet and settle in. We have a long story ahead, one filled with silk gowns and hidden tears, with groaning tables and breaking hearts. Let us begin. Picture this. It is December 26th, 1875. Somewhere in London, in a modest townhouse with frost creeping up the window panes, a woman named Eleanor sits at her writing desk. The Christmas decorations still hang in the parlour, the holly, the ivy, the candles that brought such warmth just yesterday. Her family has gone to bed, full and content from the holiday feast. But Eleanor cannot sleep. In her hands she holds a piece of paper, and on it she is making a list. Not a list of resolutions or dreams for the new year. No, this is something else entirely. This is a battle plan. In 6 days it will be New Year's Day. And Eleanor, like thousands of women across England, is terrified. You see, we often think of the Victorians as formal, uptight people who lived by rules we can barely understand today. We imagine them sipping tea with their pinkies raised, speaking in clipped accents, fainting at the sight of a table leg because it was too suggestive. And yes, there is some truth to those stereotypes. But here is what we forget. Beneath all that formality, beneath the corsets and calling cards and carefully practiced smiles, there were real people. People with fears and hopes and exhaustion that ran bone deep. And for Victorian women, no day of the year distilled all of that pressure, all of that anxiety, quite like New Year's Day. Now, before we go any further, I want you to forget everything you know about how we celebrate the New Year today. Forget the countdown in Times Square, the champagne at midnight, the bleary-eyed morning after when you wake up on your couch still wearing your party hat. Forget the casual texts to friends saying, "Happy New Year, see you soon." That is not what we're talking about here. For wealthy and middle-class Victorians, New Year's Day was not about personal celebration. It was about social obligation. It was about being seen, being judged, and being measured against every other family on your street. And for women, it was about survival. Let me paint you a more complete picture. In Victorian England, particularly from the 1830s through the 1890s, Christmas was a relatively new holiday as we know it. Yes, people had celebrated the birth of Christ for centuries, but the Christmas we recognise today, the decorated trees, the gift-giving, the family gathering around a roast goose, that was largely a Victorian invention, popularised by Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. And Christmas was lovely. It was intimate. It was about family, about children squealing with delight over toys, about fathers reading by the fire and mothers directing the servants with gentle efficiency. But New Year's Day was something else entirely. It was public, it was exhausting, and for women it was a minefield. The tradition went like them. On New Year's Day, from noon until 6 in the evening, wealthy and respectable families would hold what was called an at-home. We might call it an open house today, but that phrase does not quite capture the scope of it. This was not a casual drop-in situation where a few friends might swing by with a bottle of wine. This was a full-scale social theatre production, and women were the directors, the stage managers, and the lead actors all at once. Here is how it worked. On New Year's Day, gentlemen, bachelors, married men, young men just entering society would spend the entire afternoon visiting houses. Not just one or two houses, mind you, dozens. Some men boasted of paying 30, 40, even 50 calls in a single day. They would arrive at a home, be shown into the parlour, spend perhaps 10 to 15 minutes making pleasant conversation, sample whatever refreshments were offered, leave their calling card and then move on to the next house on their list. It sounds exhausting for the men, and it was, but for the women who stayed home to receive these visitors, it was something close to torture. Think about what this meant in practical terms. You are a Victorian woman. Let us say you are married with 2 unmarried daughters living at home. You know that on New Year's Day gentlemen will be calling, but you do not know how many. You do not know exactly when they will arrive. You do not know if they will come individually or in groups. You simply know that from noon until 6 o'clock your door might open at any moment, and you must be ready. Ready with a spotless parlour. Ready with fresh flowers arranged just so. Ready with refreshments that range from simple tea and cookies to elaborate buffets with cold meats, oysters, cakes, and that ever-present Victorian favourite, eggnog spiked with bourbon, rum, or brandy. And oh, that eggnog! Imagine preparing gallons of it, knowing that every gentleman who walks through your door will expect a glass. And if you run out, if your eggnog is not as good as the eggnog being served 2 houses down, people will talk about it for months, but the refreshments were only the beginning. You also had to be ready with conversation. Witty but not too clever, warm but not too familiar, engaging but not exhausting. You had to remember names, remember family connections, remember who was courting whom and who had recently suffered a tragedy, and should not be asked about it. You had to manage the flow of visitors so that the parlour never felt too empty or too crowded. You had to make sure your daughters were visible but not forward, charming but not desperate. And you had to do all of this while wearing your absolute finest clothes, gown that required a corset laced so tightly you could barely breathe, layer upon layer of petticoats, boots that pinched, jewellery that caught in your hair. Victorian fashion was not designed for comfort. It was designed to display wealth and status, and on New Year's Day you were very much on display. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. Come on, this does not sound that bad. A long day of hosting, sure, but people host parties all the time. We have Thanksgiving, we have wedding receptions, we have Super Bowl parties where we are cleaning chip dip out of the carpet for weeks afterward. How is this different? Here is how it is different. Imagine hosting a party where you have no idea how many guests are coming. Imagine you cannot send invitations or ask for RSVPs. Imagine the guest list might be 5 people or it might be 50, and you will not know until they walk through your door. Imagine that everyone in your social circle is also hosting the exact same party at the exact same time, and your guests are actively comparing your house to every other house they visit that day. Imagine that your entire social standing for the next year depends on how well you perform in these 6 hours. Now imagine doing all of this while knowing that your unmarried daughters are being evaluated like livestock at a country fair. Because that is what New Year's Day calling really was, especially by the mid-1800s. It was a marriage market. The homes of families with unmarried daughters were particularly targeted by eligible bachelors. Young men would deliberately plan their routes to include houses where they might meet potential wives, and the women, these young women barely out of their teenage years, had to sit in the parlour hour after hour, smiling until their cheeks ached, making pleasant small talk with stranger after stranger, knowing that each man who left without showing particular interest was one more opportunity lost. And here is the cruelest part. The whole system was designed to look effortless. A Victorian woman was expected to make this marathon hosting session appear as natural and unstressful as breathing. If you looked tired, if you seemed overwhelmed, if your smile slipped for even a moment, that was a failure. Because the ideal Victorian woman was not just beautiful and accomplished, she was serene, she was unflappable, she made the impossible look easy. Eleanor, the woman we met at the beginning, understood all of this. She had survived 4 New Year's days since her marriage, and each one had left her more anxious than the last. Her list, the one she was writing that December night, was not actually about hosting logistics, though it included reminders about ordering extra cream and making sure the silver was polished. No, her list was more personal than that. It was a list of worries. "Will anyone come?" she had written at the top, because that was a real fear. What if you prepared everything, wore your finest dress, sat in your parlour for 6 hours, and no one arrived? What if the gentleman in your circle decided your house was not worth visiting? What would that say about your family's place in society? But directly below that, she had written the opposite worry. Will too many come? Because that was equally terrifying. What if you were overwhelmed? What if you ran out of food? What if the parlour became so crowded that it looked chaotic rather than popular? Further down the list, will Mary find a match? Mary was Eleanor's younger sister, 24 years old and still unmarried. This would be her 6th New Year's Day as an eligible young woman. In Victorian society, that was approaching dangerous territory. A woman who remained unmarried past her mid-20s was beginning to be whispered about. The word spinster was starting to attach itself to her name like a shadow. And New Year's Day, with its parade of eligible men, felt like Mary's last best chance before she aged out of marriageability entirely. And then, near the bottom of Eleanor's list, written in slightly shakier handwriting, "Remember to breathe, remember to smile, remember this will end." It is that last line that gets me. Remember this will end. Because for all the elaborate rituals and social niceties, for all the careful planning and perfect presentation, what Eleanor was really trying to do was simply survive. 6 hours. Just get through 6 hours without a disaster, without a social blunder, without revealing the anxiety that churned beneath her calm exterior. And she was not alone. In houses across London, across Manchester and Birmingham and Liverpool and Bristol, women were making similar lists, having similar anxieties, preparing for similar ordeals. New Year's Day was coming, ready or not. Now you might be wondering why they did not just stop. Why did they not collectively decide that this tradition was exhausting and ridiculous and simply refuse to participate? And that is a fair question. But here is the thing about social expectations in the Victorian era. They were not suggestions, they were requirements. Your social circle, your reputation, your daughter's prospects for marriage, your family's business connections, all of these things depended on fulfilling your social obligations. If you refused to hold an at home on New Year's Day, if you closed your doors and pretended not to be home, people would notice, and they would draw conclusions. Were you poor? Were you in mourning? Had some scandal touched your family? Were you socially inferior to your neighbours? In Victorian society, your reputation was everything, and your reputation was constantly being measured, constantly being evaluated, constantly being compared to everyone around you. One misstep, one break from tradition, One day when you did not perform your role to perfection, and the gossip would spread like wildfire. By evening, half your social circle would know. By the next day, it would be common knowledge. By the end of the week, you would be receiving fewer invitations, fewer calls, fewer opportunities. Your daughters would find fewer suitors interested. Your husband might find business dealings becoming more difficult. So no, you could not just opt out. The machine of Victorian society ran on these rituals, and you were either part of the machine or you were crushed beneath it. But here is what makes this story so compelling, so relevant even today. The Victorians were not so different from us. They were navigating social expectations, trying to balance authenticity with performance, struggling to meet impossible standards while maintaining their sanity. The details have changed. We worry about Instagram likes instead of calling cards. We stress about our online presence instead of our parlour presentation. But the fundamental anxiety is the same. The fear of being judged, the fear of being found wanting, the fear that we are not quite good enough, not quite successful enough, not quite perfect enough to deserve our place in the world. Eleanor understood that fear intimately. As she folded up her list that December night and finally went to bed, she whispered a small prayer, not for success, not for a perfect day, not even for Mary to find a husband. No, Eleanor's prayer was simpler and somehow more heartbreaking than that. She prayed for endurance. She prayed to make it through. She prayed that when the sun set on January 1st, 1876, she would still be standing. In 6 days, New Year's Day would arrive. The gentleman would call, the eggnog would flow, the smiles would be painted on, the conversations would be performed, the judgment would be rendered, and Eleanor, like thousands of women across England, would do what Victorian women had learned to do so well. She would hide her fear beneath a perfect exterior, and she would survive. But Eleanor's fears, the ones she could name and write on a list, were only the surface. Beneath the worries about refreshments and visitor numbers, there lurked deeper, darker anxieties. Fears about age and marriageability, about social ostracism and family reputation, about rigid etiquette rules that could destroy everything you had built with a single mistake. In our next part, we are going to step directly into that marathon of social performance, into those 6 grueling hours when Victorian women had to be perfect, poised, and perpetually welcoming, no matter how exhausted they became. We are going to understand exactly why New Year's Day calling was not just a tradition but a test, one that many women failed despite their best efforts. The clock is ticking toward noon on January 1st. The first knock is about to sound on the door, and Eleanor, along with every other woman in Victorian England, is about to face her greatest challenge of the year. The clock strikes noon on January 1st, 1876. In Eleanor's parlour, everything is ready. The silver tea service gleams on the sideboard, reflecting the winter light that streams through lace curtains. Crystal bowls brim with sugared almonds and candied fruit. The eggnog, prepared since dawn, sits in cut-glass punch bowls, its surface sprinkled with nutmeg. Flowers, expensive at this time of year, have been arranged in vases throughout the room. The fire crackles at exactly the right intensity, warm enough to be welcoming, not so hot that ladies in heavy gowns will perspire. Eleanor stands in the centre of this carefully orchestrated scene, checking her reflection one final time in the mirror above the mantelpiece. Her dress, a deep emerald silk that took 2 months of her household budget to afford, fits perfectly. Her hair has been arranged in an elaborate style that took her maid an hour to complete. She looks, by any objective measure, flawless. And yet her hands are shaking. Beside her, her sister Mary sits on the edge of the settee, spine straight, hands folded, in her lap. At 24, Mary has perfected the art of looking serene while feeling panicked. This is her 6th New Year's Day as an eligible woman on the marriage market. 6 years of smiling at strangers, 6 years of waiting for a proposal that has not come. And with each passing year, the weight of expectation grows heavier, the whispers grow louder, and the fear becomes more difficult to hide. The first knock comes at 12:05. Eleanor's butler, borrowed from a wealthier cousin specifically for this occasion, moves to answer it. Eleanor takes a breath so deep it strains against her corset. She arranges her face into what she hopes is an expression of delighted welcome. The performance has begun. What happens next is something that I think would absolutely break most of us today. Over the next 6 hours, Eleanor's door will open and close approximately 37 times. 37 separate groups of gentlemen will enter her parlour, each expecting to be greeted as though they are the first and most important visitors of the day, each expecting fresh conversation, attentive hospitality, and the appearance that Eleanor has nothing better to do than delight in their company. Let me walk you through what this actually looked like, moment by moment, because I think we need to understand the sheer physical and emotional toll of this tradition. The first visitors are the Harrington brothers, 2 young men in their 20s who live 3 streets over. They stay for exactly 12 minutes. Eleanor times it discreetly by the clock on the mantel. 12 minutes of inquiring about their mother's health, discussing the unusually mild weather, complimenting their choice of waistcoat fabric. They drink 1 glass of eggnog each, take 2 cookies, leave their calling cards on the silver tray in the hall, and depart. Eleanor has barely sat down again when the next knock sounds. This time it is a group of 4 gentlemen, all colleagues of Eleanor's husband from his law practice. They are older, established men who've been doing this circuit for decades. They settle into the chairs with the comfortable ease of people who know they are important, who know their presence at your house is a compliment you should appreciate. They stay for 20 minutes. They want to discuss politics, the latest developments in Parliament, the troubling news from India, the rising concerns about labour unions. Eleanor, who actually reads 3 newspapers daily and has quite strong opinions on these matters, smiles and nods and occasionally offers a carefully neutral observation. Because God forbid she appear too knowledgeable, too political, too anything that might make these men uncomfortable. While she is managing this conversation, she is also monitoring the refreshment table. One of the men has taken 3 glasses of eggnog in rapid succession and is eyeing a 4th. Another has dropped cake crumbs on the Persian rug. A third has settled himself into her husband's favourite chair as though he intends to stay all afternoon. And Eleanor must navigate all of this with grace, with subtle redirections that do not offend, while simultaneously making sure that Mary is visible in the conversation but not dominating it, present but not pushy. The gentlemen finally leave. Eleanor has barely a moment to brush the crumbs from the chair cushion before the next knock comes, and so it continues. Group after group, visitor after visitor, the same conversations repeated with slight variations. The weather has been mild, has it not? Such a pleasant winter so far. And your family, are they well? I trust everyone enjoyed Christmas? Oh yes, quite lovely indeed. And the new year, what hopes do you have for it? Oh, the usual wishes for health and happiness, you know how it is. By 2 o'clock, Eleanor has said some version of these phrases at least 40 times. Her cheeks ache from smiling. Her feet, in their fashionable but tortuous boots, have begun to throb. The room, despite the carefully managed fire, has grown warm with the press of bodies. She can feel a trickle of perspiration running down her spine beneath her corset, and she knows with absolute certainty that she cannot acknowledge it, cannot dab at her forehead, cannot for one instant reveal any sign of discomfort. Because here is what the Victorian conduct manuals actually said about this situation. I am not making this up. An 1884 etiquette guide titled Practical Rules for Polite Behaviour instructed women hosting New Year's Day receptions to maintain an appearance of effortless grace throughout the afternoon, as though receiving 50 callers were no more taxing than taking tea with an intimate friend. It goes on to say, a lady who appears fatigued, flustered, or overwhelmed by her duties has failed in her primary obligation, to make her home a haven of tranquility and her presence a source of comfort. Read that again. If you appeared tired even after hours of non-stop hosting, you had failed. The exhaustion was not the failure. Showing the exhaustion was the failure. And it gets worse, much worse. Around 3 o'clock, when Eleanor has already been hosting for 3 straight hours, a group of 8 young men arrive together. They have clearly been making the circuit en masse, and they have clearly been sampling the eggnog at every house. They're not quite drunk, that would be scandalous, but they are certainly what we might call well lubricated. They are loud. They are boisterous. One of them immediately launches into a story about a horse race that involves considerable shouting and arm waving. Another helps himself to the refreshment table with both hands, piling a plate so high with cakes and sandwiches that several items fall off onto the floor. Eleanor watches this happen and maintains her serene smile. What choice does she have? These are respectable young men from good families. Their behaviour, while ungentlemanly, is not quite outrageous enough to warrant asking them to leave, and even if it were, the social consequences of turning away visitors, of being known as a hostess who was unwelcoming or difficult, could be devastating. So she cleans up the fallen food discreetly once they have moved away from the table. She redirects the loud storyteller by asking him a direct question that requires a quieter answer. She manages, through sheer force of will and years of practice, to transform this chaotic energy into something that resembles a proper social call. But inside she is screaming. Mary, meanwhile, has her own nightmare unfolding. One of the young men in this boisterous group has taken an interest in her. At first, this seems promising. Is this not the entire point of the day? But as their conversation develops, Mary realizes with sinking dread that his interest is not quite respectful. His eyes linger too long on the neckline of her dress. His compliments have edge to them that makes her uncomfortable. "Such a handsome woman," he says loudly enough for others to hear. "Surprising that no one has claimed you yet. What is wrong with the men in this neighbourhood, I wonder?" The room goes quiet for just a moment, long enough for everyone present to register the insult buried in what sounded like a compliment. He has essentially asked, in front of witnesses, why Mary remains unmarried. He has implied there must be something wrong with her, and he has done it while pretending to flatter her. Mary's face flushes, but she cannot show anger. She cannot snap at him. She cannot even appear hurt. Instead, laughs. A light musical laugh that sounds genuine even though it costs her everything to produce. "Oh, I am quite particular," she says, her voice steady. "I would rather wait for the right match than settle for the wrong one." It is a perfect response, really. It turns his rudeness back on him without directly confronting it. But the damage is done. Everyone in the room has been reminded that Mary is 24 and unmarried. Everyone has witnessed her being subtly humiliated. And the worst part, this man will likely tell this story at the next house he visits. "Poor Mary," he will say with mock sympathy. "Such a pity she cannot find a husband. Must be dreadfully particular." And the gossip will spread house by house, conversation by conversation, until by evening half their social circle will be discussing Mary's unmarried state over their own dinner tables. The young men finally leave. The door closes behind them. Eleanor crosses the room to Mary and squeezes her hand briefly. the only comfort she can offer. There is no time for more. The next knock is already sounding. By 4 o'clock, Eleanor has lost count of how many visitors have come and gone. The refreshment table, replenished twice already by her exhausted maid, is running low again. The parlour, which began the day looking magazine perfect, now shows signs of wear. Chair cushions are askew. The fire needs tending. Someone has left a damp glove on the side table, and Eleanor herself feels as though she is moving through water. Every smile requires conscious effort. Every word of small talk has to be dragged up from somewhere deep inside her. But she cannot stop, because here is the thing about New Year's Day calling. You never knew who might arrive next. You never knew if the next knock might bring someone important. Someone whose presence in your home would elevate your social standing. Someone whose absence from your at home would be noted and remarked upon. And so you had to maintain the performance, hour after hour, visitor after visitor, until the official calling hours ended at 6 o'clock. Think about what this means. Think about standing in heels for 6 hours straight. Think about making small talk without repetition or boredom for 6 hours straight. Think about monitoring food, managing conversations, preventing social disasters, and appearing delighted about all of it for 6 hours straight. Now think about doing all of this while corseted so tightly you can barely breathe, while wearing 20 pounds of silk and petticoats, while managing the anxiety that one wrong word, one social misstep, one visible sign of exhaustion could ruin your family's reputation. Have you ever worked a 6-hour shift in retail during the holidays? Have you ever hosted a large dinner party? Have you ever spent an entire day being on for other people, maintaining a professional face while dying inside? Then you have a tiny taste of what Victorian women endured every New Year's Day. Except imagine that your job performance review, your dating prospects, and your family's social status all depended on how well you survived those 6 hours. Around 5 o'clock, something interesting happens. The flow of visitors begins to slow. The gentlemen who have been making the circuit all afternoon are growing tired themselves. Many have given up and gone home. Others have stopped at their clubs for a more substantial meal and some rest. Eleanor dares to hope that perhaps the worst is over. And then the door opens one more time. The gentleman who enters is older, perhaps in his 50s, well-dressed and clearly wealthy. Eleanor recognises him immediately. Lord Ashworth, a minor aristocrat whose presence at any social functions considered a significant coup. He's never visited their home before. His appearance now, at the end of the day when many hosts' refreshments and energy are depleted, is both an honour and a test. Eleanor feels a surge of panic. The refreshment table is nearly bare. She herself is exhausted beyond measure. This is exactly the visitor she would have wanted at 1 o'clock when everything was fresh and perfect. But it is 5 o'clock and she must make do. She greets Lord Ashworth with every ounce of grace she can muster. She directs him to the best chair. She offers him the last of the eggnog and sends her maid scurrying to the kitchen for whatever fresh refreshments can be found on short notice. And she makes conversation with this important guest as though she has all the energy in the world, as though his arrival is the highlight of her day, rather than one more demand on her completely exhausted resources. Lord Ashworth stays for exactly 15 minutes. He is polite, complimentary about the home, gracious to Mary. When he leaves, his calling card, finer than any other on the tray, gleams like a prize. Eleanor knows that his visit will be talked about, knows that their at home will be judged a success in part because Lord Ashworth deemed them worthy of his time, but she also knows the cost. As the door closes behind him, as the clock ticks towards 6 and the official calling hours draw to a close, Eleanor feels something inside her simply give out. The smile finally drops from her face. Her shoulders slump. She sinks into the nearest chair without caring about propriety or posture, and for just a moment she allows herself to feel the full weight of what she has just endured. 6 hours, 37 visits, hundreds of repetitive conversations, the constant vigilance, the endless performance, the exhaustion that goes beyond physical tiredness into something that feels almost spiritual. And the day is not even over yet. There is still dinner to manage, still the evening to get through, still the task of reviewing the calling cards to see who came and who did not, still the anxiety of wondering what gossip is now circulating about their home, their refreshments, Mary's unmarried state. Eleanor closes her eyes, just for a moment, just for a breath, and she wonders, not for the first time, how many more years she can survive this tradition. But even as Eleanor sits in her parlour counting the cost of another New Year's Day, she does not yet understand the full scope of what this tradition has done to women like her sister Mary. Because the marathon of hosting, exhausting as it is, was only half the horror of New Year's Day. The other half, the part that haunted unmarried women and kept them awake at night, was the knowledge that this day was not just a social obligation, it was an audition, it was a judgment, it was a public declaration of your worth and your future, or lack thereof. And for women like Mary, women who had endured year after year of these auditions without success, New Year's Day carried a special kind of terror that went far beyond physical exhaustion. It was the terror of being declared surplus, the terror of being labelled a failure, the terror of becoming what Victorian society called a spinster. And trust me, that word carried weight that would crush you. There is a photograph that survives from 1889. It shows 3 Victorian women sitting in a garden dressed in their finest clothes, looking directly at the camera with expressions that can only be described as defiant. They are all unmarried. They are all past the age of 30. And they are all holding a sign that reads simply, "Spinsters and Proud." This photograph was revolutionary for its time, because in Victorian England being called a spinster was not a neutral description of marital status. It was an accusation, it was a condemnation, it was a word that carried so much shame, so much social stigma, that many women would rather die than hear it attached to their names. And New Year's Day? New Year's Day was the day when that judgment became public. Let me take you back to Mary sitting in her sister's parlour after those 6 exhausting hours of hosting have finally ended. The gentlemen have all departed. The calling cards have been collected and are now spread across the dining room table like tarot cards predicting the future. Eleanor is upstairs, finally able to remove her corset and catch her breath. And Mary sits alone in the growing darkness, looking at her reflection in the window glass. 24 years old, still unmarried, still waiting, still hoping, still failing. Do you know what the absolute worst part of New Year's Day was for unmarried women? It was not the exhaustion of hosting, though that was brutal. It was not even the awkward conversations with potential suitors, though those could be humiliating. No, the worst part was the counting, because after New Year's Day ended, Victorian society did something incredibly cruel. They counted calling cards. Here is how it worked. Remember those small pieces of engraved cardstock that gentlemen left when they visited? Those calling cards were not just polite gestures. They were social currency. They were proof of your family's standing in the community. And they were, quite literally, counted and compared. In households with unmarried daughters, the number of cards received was seen as a direct measure of those daughters' marriageability. Lots of cards meant lots of interested gentlemen, which meant good prospects, which meant the family could be optimistic about securing a match. Few cards meant, well, it meant something was wrong. The day after New Year's Day, at tea parties and afternoon visits throughout the social season, women would casually mention how many callers they had received. "Oh, we were quite overwhelmed," someone might say with false modesty. Nearly 50 gentlemen passed through our parlour. Poor Margaret barely had a moment to catch her breath with all the attention. This was a humble brag. This was a way of saying, "My daughter is desirable, my daughter has prospects, my daughter will not die a spinster." And if your household had received notably fewer visitors, if the calling card tray was disappointingly sparse, well, that silence spoke volumes. Mary knew all of this. She had lived through it 5 times before, and each year, as she aged further past the ideal marriage age, which, by the way, Victorian society pegged at somewhere between 18 and 23, the number of gentlemen who showed particular interest in her had dwindled. This year, out of 37 visits to Eleanor's home, exactly 3 gentlemen had engaged Marcia in conversation for more than 5 minutes. 3, and one of those had been the man who insulted her in front of everyone. Sit with that for a moment. Imagine being evaluated publicly on your romantic desirability. Imagine having that evaluation quantified through calling cards and conversation minutes. Imagine knowing that everyone in your social circle is doing the same calculation, reaching the same conclusion. You are losing value with each passing year. Now let me tell you what Victorian society actually said about unmarried women, because I want you to understand just how vicious this judgment was. In 1862, a writer named William Rathbone Gregg published an article in the prestigious National Review. The article was titled, "Why Are Women Redundant?" Redundant, as in unnecessary, as in surplus, as in the female equivalent of defective merchandise that should be cleared from the shelves. Gregg wrote, and I am quoting directly from the article here, "There is an enormous and increasing number of single women in the nation, a number quite disproportionate and quite abnormal, a number which, positively and relatively, is indicative of an unwholesome social state and is both productive and prognostic of much wretchedness and wrong." Read that again. He called unmarried women unwholesome. He said their very existence was productive of wretchedness. He argued that spinsters represented something fundamentally wrong with society. Not that society's treatment of women was wrong, mind you, but that the women themselves were the problem. And this was not some fringe opinion published in a radical pamphlet. This was mainstream Victorian thought, printed in a respected journal, discussed in drawing rooms across England. This was what people believed. The terminology they used for spinsters tells you everything you need to know about how these women were viewed. Old maid was the polite term, but there were others. Thornback, named after a type of flat fish covered in painful spines. The image was clear. A spinster was prickly, difficult, something that would hurt you if you got too close. Superannuated virgin, as though virginity had an expiration date, after which a woman spoiled like milk left in the sun, and perhaps most cruel of all, ape leader. This came from an old superstition that women who died unmarried would be condemned in the afterlife to lead apes through hell. Yes, you read that correctly. The punishment for not finding a husband was eternal damnation leading monkeys. Can you imagine living in a society that called you these things? That looked at you with pity at best and contempt at worst? That treated your unmarried state not as a personal choice or even an unfortunate circumstance, but as a moral failing? And here is the truly insidious part. Victorian women were raised from childhood to believe that marriage was their purpose. Their entire education, their entire socialization, their entire sense of self-worth was tied to their ability to attract a husband and create a family. Girls were taught music and needlework and French not because these skills had inherent value, but because they made a girl more marriageable. They were taught to be charming but not too clever, attractive but not vain, accomplished but not competitive. Every aspect of their upbringing was designed to produce the perfect wife. And then, if they did not marry, for whatever reason, whether by choice or circumstance, they were told they had failed at the one thing they were put on earth to do. Mary understood this in her bones. She'd been a good daughter. She'd learned all the correct accomplishments. She could play the piano beautifully, speak conversational French, paint watercolours, and embroider with remarkable skill. She was reasonably attractive, certainly not ugly. She had a pleasant disposition and good manners. By all objective measures, she should have been married by now, but she was not. And with each New Year's Day that passed, with each calling season that brought fewer interested gentlemen, she felt the label spinster settling onto her shoulders like a heavy cloak. She could see it in the way people looked at her, could hear it in the slight pause before they asked, "And you, Mary, any news?" Could feel it in the sympathetic pats on the arm from married women who pitied her. Now, you might be wondering what actually prevented Victorian women from marrying. If marriage was so important, so accepted, so desired, why were there so many spinsters? The answer is complicated, but it comes down to mathematics and economics. First, the mathematics. In Victorian England, there were simply not enough men to go around. Wars, colonial service, emigration, and dangerous occupations like mining and factory work meant that men die younger and in greater numbers than women. By the mid-1800s, census data showed that women outnumbered men in England by hundreds of thousands. Some estimates put the surplus at nearly 500,000 women. 500,000 women for whom no husband existed, no matter how marriageable they were. Think about that. Imagine playing musical chairs, but when the music stops, nearly 500,000 people have no chair to sit in. And then, imagine that society blames those people for losing the game, even though the game was rigged from the start. But the mathematics alone do not explain everything. Because even with the gender imbalance, many women could theoretically have found husbands, if not for the economic realities of Victorian marriage. Here is something that surprises people. Victorian marriages were expensive to establish. A gentleman was expected to have sufficient income to support a wife and eventually children in appropriate style before he could honourably propose. This meant having a steady job with good prospects, having saved enough money for a household, and being able to maintain his wife in at least the same social class she came from, preferably better. For middle-class and lower-middle-class men, achieving this financial stability often took until their late 20s or early 30s. But by that point, the most desirable women, the 18 to 23-year-olds, were already married. So these men found themselves in their 30s, finally financially ready to marry, but looking at a pool of women who are either very young or already past the prime marriage age. And here is where it gets really dark. Many of these men chose the very young women. Girls of 18 or 19 marrying the men of 35 or 40 was common, which meant that women in their mid-20s, women like Mary, were increasingly overlooked in favour of younger prospects. Mary knew this. She had watched it happen. She had seen men her own age marry girls fresh out of the schoolroom, had seen older men who might have been appropriate matches for her instead choose brides who could be their daughters, and she had felt the bitter, unspoken understanding that she was aging out of desirability with each passing month. But here is what might surprise you even more. Not all censors were desperate to marry. History has painted us this picture of sad, lonely women pining away for husbands who never came. And yes, some women did genuinely long for marriage and family, but others had very good reasons for remaining single. In 1889, a British magazine called Titbits, yes, that was really the name, ran a contest. They asked spinsters to write in explaining why they had not married, with a prize offered for the best answer. The magazine was probably expecting sob stories and excuses. What they got instead was a collection of responses so savage, so funny, so brutally honest that the editors could not choose just one winner. Let me share some of these with you because they are extraordinary. One woman wrote, "My reason for being a spinster is answered in a quotation from The Taming of the Shrew. Of all the men alive, I never yet beheld that special face which I could fancy more than any other." Another wrote, "Because I do not care to enlarge my menagerie of pets, and I find the animal man less docile than a dog, less affectionate than a cat, and less amusing than a monkey. And my personal favourite, because men, like three-cornered tarts, are deceitful, pleasing to the eye, but on closer examination, disappointing." These are not the words of desperate women longing for marriage. These are the words of women who looked at what marriage actually meant. Legally becoming the property of your husband, losing control of your own money and property, being expected to produce child after child regardless of the toll on your health, having no recourse if your husband was cruel or unfaithful, and decided thank you, but no. One woman's response was particularly telling. She wrote, "John, whom I loved, was supplanted in his office by a girl who is doing the same amount of work he did for half the salary he received. He could not earn sufficient to keep a home, so went abroad. Consequently, I'm still a spinster." This is a woman who would have married, who wanted to marry, but economic circumstances made it impossible. And rather than marry someone else, someone she did not love, she chose spinsterhood. She chose the social stigma and the gossip and the judgment rather than entering a loveless marriage just to escape the label. These responses are brave and heartbreaking and funny and honest in ways that Victorian women were rarely allowed to be in public. And they reveal something crucial. The story of Victorian spinsters is not a simple story of rejection and failure. It is a story of impossible choices, of rigged systems, of women navigating circumstances they did not create and could not control. But none of this nuance, none of this complexity made New Year's Day any easier for women like Mary. As Mary sits in the darkening parlour looking at her reflection, she thinks about next year. She will be 25. That invisible but absolute line will have been crossed. She will no longer be a young woman with prospects. She will be a spinster. People will stop asking any news and start offering sympathy instead. The gentlemen who visit Eleanor's house on New Year's Day will glance at her with polite disinterest and focus their attention on younger women at other houses. She thinks about her options. She could move in with Eleanor permanently, becoming the household spinster aunt, helping with children when they arrive, useful but pitied. She could try to find work as a governess, that most acceptable profession for genteel women who had fallen on hard times, though she knows how governesses are treated, neither servant nor family, lonely and liminal and sad. She could accept one of the few marriage proposals she has received over the years, proposals from men she did not love, men who were unsuitable in various ways, men who proposed more out of convenience than genuine affection. Or she could do what those women in the Titbits contest did. She could own it. She could decide that being a spinster was better than being unhappily married. She could reject the shame society wanted to impose on her and live life on her own terms, but that kind of courage, in 1876, was rare, it was radical, it was dangerous, because a woman who rejected marriage too openly, who seemed too content with her single state, faced social consequences that went beyond gossip. She might be seen as unnatural, as morally suspect, as a threat to the very fabric of society. So Mary does what most Victorian women in her position did. She endures, she smiles, she pretends that next year might be different. She plays the game even though she knows the odds are stacked against her. Because what else can she do? Eleanor comes back downstairs, finally able to move without the corset restricting her breath. She finds Mary still sitting in the dark. She does not say anything. She does not need to. She simply sits beside her sister and takes her hand. They sit together in the quiet, two women exhausted by the different aspects of the same brutal tradition, knowing that next year they will do it all again. But the judgment that came from the calling cards, cruel as it was only one layer of the New Year's Day nightmare. Because Victorian society had developed an entire language around those small pieces of engraved cardstock, a language so complex, so fraught with meaning, that a single mistake could destroy your reputation. The calling card system was not just social currency, it was a minefield. And navigating it required skills that would put modern social media managers to shame. Let me show you just how intricate, how brutal, how absolutely anxiety-inducing this system really was. Imagine receiving a text message where every single element, the font you choose, the punctuation you use, the time you send it, even the color of your emoji, could be interpreted as either a compliment or an insult, and getting it wrong could end friendships, destroy business relationships, and ruin your family's reputation. Sounds exhausting, right? Welcome to the Victorian calling card system. I want you to see something that survives in a museum collection in London. It is a calling card from 1873, and it measures exactly 3.5 inches by 2.5 inches. The cardstock is of medium thickness, not too flimsy, not ostentatiously thick. The name engraved on it reads Mrs. Charles Pemberton in simple, elegant script. No flourishes, no decorative borders, no address, though the card does indicate Tuesdays in small letters at the bottom corner, meaning that Mrs. Pemberton receives visitors on Tuesday afternoons. This card looks unremarkable to modern eyes. It is just a small piece of cream-coloured paper with a name on it. But to Victorian society, this card was an entire conversation. It was a social contract. It was a declaration of status, intention, and relationship. And every single detail of it, every choice made in its design and presentation carried meaning that could be read and judged by those who received it. Let me show you just how complicated this system was, because I think you need to understand that when Victorian women feared New Year's Day, part of what they feared was making a single mistake in this elaborate etiquette dance. The first thing you need to know about calling cards is that they were not optional. If you wanted to be part of respectable Victorian society, you had calling cards, period. But having cards was not enough. Having the right kind of cards, that was everything. An 1894 etiquette manual titled The Laws of Etiquette stated, and I am quoting directly, "To the unrefined or unbred, the visiting card is but a trifling and insignificant bit of paper. But to the cultured disciple of social law it conveys a subtle and unmistakable intelligence. Its texture, style of engraving, and even the hour of leaving it combine to place the stranger, whose name it bears, in a pleasant or a disagreeable attitude." In other words, your calling card was being judged. The paper quality, the engraving style, the size, the layout, all of these elements communicated your social class and your understanding of proper behaviour. And if you got it wrong, everyone would know. So what were the rules? Oh, where do I even begin? For gentlemen, the card had to be unglazed, meaning not shiny, with no gilt edges, and absolutely plain. The only information it should contain was the man's name, possibly his address, and nothing more. No decorations, no flourishes, no coloured paper, pristine white or cream, medium thickness, conservative font. To do otherwise suggested that you were trying too hard, that you were nouveau riche, without the breeding to understand restraint. For ladies, the rules were slightly more lenient but still rigid. A woman's card could be slightly larger than a man's and could use finer paper stock. If she was married, her card would read Mrs. followed by her husband's full name, never her own first name. She was Mrs. John Smith, not Mrs. Mary Smith. Her individual identity was subsumed into her husband's. The card might also indicate her at-home day, the specific day of the week when she received callers. This was crucial information because attempting to call on someone on a day other than their designated receiving day was a serious breach of etiquette. But here is where it gets really intricate. How you presented your card, how you bent it, what you did with the corners, these physical manipulations were entire secondary language. If you called upon someone and they were not at home, you would leave your card with the servant who answered the door, but before leaving it you might fold down the upper right corner. This indicated that you had called in person rather than simply sending a servant to deliver the card. It was a sign of respect, showing that you had made the effort to actually visit. If you were calling to express condolences after a death in the family, you would turn down the upper left corner. If you were calling to congratulate someone on a happy occasion, you might turn down the lower right corner. Each fold, each turn corner, carried specific meaning, and God help you if you folded the wrong corner for the wrong occasion. There were also rules about how many cards to leave. If you were a married woman calling on another married woman who had daughters living at home, you would leave one card for the lady of the house and additional cards for each daughter. But if the daughters were very young, under 18, you did not leave cards for them at all. To do so suggested you thought they were ready for adult society before their coming out, which was presumptuous. If you were a gentleman calling on a household with multiple ladies, you would leave multiple cards, but never more than 3, even if there were 5 women in the house. Why 3? Because etiquette said so. To leave more than 3 suggested you were making too much of an effort, appearing desperate for social connection. Are you exhausted yet? Because we are just getting started. Let me tell you about what happened to a woman named Catherine Hartford in 1881. Catherine was the wife of a successful merchant who had recently moved from Manchester to London. They had money, quite a lot of it actually, but they did not have breeding. They were what Victorians called new money, and in Victorian society that was a disadvantage that money alone could not overcome. Catherine wanted desperately to establish herself in London society. She had beautiful clothes, a lovely home in a fashionable neighbourhood, and genuine social ambitions for her daughters. So when New Year's Day approached, she prepared meticulously. She ordered calling cards from the finest printer in London. And here is where she made her fatal mistake. She ordered cards that were too fancy. The cards Catherine chose were slightly larger than standard, printed on expensive glazed paper with gilt edges, and featured an elaborate engraved border of rose and vines around her name. To her, these cards represented success. They were beautiful, expensive, and showed that she had the means to afford the best. To Victorian society, these cards screamed, "Social climber who does not understand restraint." When Catherine held her at home on New Year's Day, visitors came, but fewer than she had hoped. And in the days following, she began to notice a distinct cooling in her social relationships. Invitations that she had expected did not arrive. Women who had been friendly before now seemed distant. She could not understand what had gone wrong, until a more established friend finally took pity on her and explained gently that her calling cards were inappropriate, too ostentatious, too showy. They marked her as someone who did not understand the subtle rules of proper society. And in making that mistake, Catherine had essentially announced to everyone that she did not belong. Catherine was mortified. She immediately ordered new cards, simple, plain, exactly as they should have been. But the damage was done. It took her nearly 2 years to rebuild the social standing she had destroyed with a simple error in card design. 2 years of careful social navigation, of impeccable behaviour, of proving that she could learn and adapt to society's unspoken rules. over calling cards, over pieces of paper that probably cost a few pennies each. Can you imagine? Can you imagine your entire social life being derailed because you chose paper with a glossy finish instead of a matte one? Can you imagine spending 2 years recovering from a mistake that, to any rational person, should not have mattered at all? But that was the power of the calling card system. It was not really about the cards themselves. It was about demonstrating that you knew the rules, that you belonged to the club, that you understood the secret handshake. And if you did not know the rules, if you made mistakes that revealed your ignorance, you could be excluded from that club with ruthless efficiency. Now, you might be thinking that all of this was just about the cards themselves, but the etiquette around cards extended far beyond their design and presentation. There were rules about when to call, how long to stay, what to say, what not to say, how to handle various social situations, an entire codex of behavior that was supposed to be learned through osmosis and instinct, never explicitly taught, but absolutely required. For example, if you called upon someone and they were not at home, you should leave your card. But if you called 3 times and they were not at home all 3 times, social convention suggested that they might be avoiding you. At that point, the polite thing to do was to stop calling and wait for them to call on you or send their card. To persist beyond 3 unsuccessful calls was to reveal that you were either socially oblivious or desperate, neither of which were qualities you wanted to display. If someone left their card at your home, you were required to return the call within 1 week. Not 8 days, not 2 weeks, 1 week. Failure to return a call within the appropriate time frame suggested that you did not value the relationship, that you considered yourself superior to the caller, or that you were cutting them out of your social circle. Any of these interpretations could lead to offense, gossip, and social consequences. If you received a card from someone you did not wish to continue associating with, perhaps someone whose social standing had declined, or who'd been involved in a scandal, you had several options. You could not be at home whenever they called, a polite fiction that everyone understood. You could return their call once but never issue an invitation of your own. Or in the most severe cases, you could simply not return their call at all, which was a public cutting that announced to everyone that this person was no longer acceptable in your circle. The thing is, all of these rules were supposed to be followed naturally, effortlessly, as though they were instinct, rather than learned behavior. To appear to be studying etiquette books, to seem uncertain about what to do, to hesitate over the correct protocol, these things marked you as someone who was not naturally suited to high society. And on New Year's Day, when you might receive cards from dozens of visitors, when you had to remember who had called before and whether you'd return their calls, when you had to mentally catalogue every social obligation and weigh every relationship, the cognitive load was enormous. Eleanor, back in her dining room on the evening of New Year's Day 1876, spread out 37 calling cards across the teal. These were not just souvenirs of the day's visits. These were obligations. Each one required a return call within 1 week. Each one represented a social debt that had to be repaid with precisely calibrated attention. She had cards from old friends whose calls were purely social and easy to manage. She had cards from business associates of her husband whose calls needed to be returned promptly to maintain important relationships. She had cards from women of higher social standing whose calls were compliments that needed to be acknowledged with particular care. She had cards from families with eligible daughters who were potential friends for Mary or potential rivals, and she had one card that made her stomach sink, a card from Mrs. Blackwood, a woman she had intentionally not called upon for 3 months because Mrs. Blackwood's son had been involved in a minor financial scandal. The fact that Mrs. Blackwood had called on her was a test. It was a question. Are we still friends? Do you still consider my family respectable? Will you return this call and publicly align yourself with us? Or will you cut us and announce to society that you believe the rumours? Whatever Eleanor decided would have consequences. Return the call, and she affirmed the friendship, but also potentially aligned herself with a family of questionable reputation. Fail to return the call, and she would have made an enemy who would certainly gossip about the slight, painting Eleanor as disloyal or socially ambitious. These are the kinds of decisions that Victorian women had to navigate constantly. And these decisions were made more complicated, more fraught, more anxiety-inducing during the New Year's calling season when everyone was watching, everyone was counting cards, everyone was assessing relationships and alliances. But perhaps the cruelest aspect of the calling card system was how it made social standing visible and quantifiable. Remember how I mentioned that families with unmarried daughters were particularly scrutinized? The calling cards made that scrutiny concrete. At tea parties and social gatherings in the weeks following New Year's Day, women would discuss their calling seasons. How many callers did you receive was a standard question, and the answer was public knowledge. If you had received 50 callers, that was impressive. That suggested your family was popular, well-connected, desirable. If you had received 10 callers, that was less impressive. That suggested your family was slipping in social standing, or perhaps had never been very important to begin with. For families with unmarried daughters, the number of callers, particularly the number of young eligible gentlemen, was seen as a direct predictor of the marriage and prospects. A daughter who received many visitors was a daughter with options. A daughter who received few visitors was a daughter in danger of becoming a spinster. The cards themselves were sometimes displayed prominently on silver trays in the entrance hall, where subsequent visitors could see them. This was partly practical. It helped the household keep track of who had called. But it was also performative. It was a way of showing off your social connections, of proving your worth through the physical evidence of other people's attention. Imagine walking into someone's home and seeing their entrance hall table laden with 50 or 60 calling cards, the names of important families clearly visible. Now imagine walking into another home and seeing only a handful of cards. What conclusion would you draw about each family's social position? What would you think about the marriageable daughters in each household? This is what Victorian women lived with. This is the reality that made New Year's Day so terrifying. It was not just a day of exhausting hospitality, it was a day of public evaluation where your worth, or your daughter's worth, was literally counted, compared and judged by everyone in your social circle. There is a letter that survives from 1878, written by a woman named Adelaide Wright to her sister in the countryside. Adelaide lived in Bath, a fashionable city where social competition was particularly intense. The letter was written on January 5th, just days after the New Year's calling season had ended, and it is heartbreaking. Adelaide wrote, "My dearest Sarah, I hardly know how to tell you what I must tell you. Our calling day was a disaster. We received only 14 callers, and of those only 2 were gentlemen under 30, and neither showed any particular interest in our dear Emma. The Hendersons, 3 houses down, received 42 callers by their own account, and Mrs. Henderson has already made certain that everyone knows it. She made a point of asking me, in front of Mrs. Thornbury and Mrs. Davies, how our season had been, and when I admitted we had a quiet day, she expressed such exaggerated sympathy that I wanted to skink. Emma has been in her room crying since yesterday evening. She knows what this means. She is 22 now, and if this season brought so few prospects, what hope is there for next year? I am at my wit's end. How did we fail? What did we do wrong? The house were beautiful, the refreshments were more than adequate. I wore my best gown, and yet so few came. I feel as though I have failed my daughter in some fundamental way, though I cannot determine how. This letter destroys me every time I read it. Here is a mother, genuinely distressed, feeling like she has failed her child because not enough men left calling cards at their house. A daughter crying in her room, believing her prospects for marriage, for her entire future, have been damaged by a slow day of visitors. A family's anxiety and self-doubt triggered by something as arbitrary as how many pieces of engraved cardstock were left on a tray in their entrance hall. And what makes it worse is that Adelaide's assessment was probably accurate. If the Hendersons received 42 callers and the Wrights received only 14, society would draw conclusions. The Wrights were less popular, less important, less desirable, and Emma, their unmarried daughter, would be seen as less marriageable than the Henderson girls. None of this had anything to do with Emma's character, her accomplishments, her kindness, or her worth as a human being. It was purely about social performance and arbitrary measures of popularity. But in Victorian society, those arbitrary measures had very real consequences. Do you see now why New Year's Day was so feared? It was not just about the physical exhaustion of hosting or the emotional strain of performing happiness for hours on end. It was about being evaluated, being measured, being found wanting or sufficient based on criteria that were often beyond your control. You could do everything right, have the perfect cards, wear the perfect dress, serve the perfect refreshments, make the perfect conversation, and still receive fewer visitors than your neighbours. Maybe the weather was bad on your street but clear on theirs. Maybe the gentleman making the circuit got tired and went home before reaching your house. Maybe pure chance determined who called where and when. But society did not care about chance or circumstances. Society cared about results, and the results were counted, compared and judged. Eleanor finished sorting through her calling cards late that night. She made a list of the return calls she needed to make, the obligations she needed to fulfill, the social balancing act she would need to perform over the next week to maintain her family's position. She was already exhausted, and the real work had not even begun. As for Mrs. Blackwood's card, the test, the question mark, the potential social landmine, Eleanor set it aside in a separate pile. She would decide about that one later, when she was less tired and could think more clearly about the implications. Some decisions were too consequential to make in the fog of New Year's Day exhaustion. But all of these rules, all of this etiquette, all of these carefully calibrated social performances, they were nothing compared to the actual physical burden that Victorian women carried on New Year's Day. Because while society was judging the quality of their cards and the number of their visitors, these women were also expected to produce a display of hospitality so abundant, so impressive that it bordered on the absurd. The groaning board, the table that literally groaned under the weight of food, was not just a tradition, it was a requirement. And preparing it, especially for middle-class families without armies of servants, was a test of endurance that began days before New Year's Day, and left women collapsed in exhaustion afterward. Let me show you what I mean. 3 days before New Year's Day, 1876, Eleanor's kitchen looks like a battlefield command centre. On the scarred wooden table that dominates the room, she has laid out what she calls her campaign plan, sheets of paper covered in lists, calculations and crossed-out revisions. Her cook, Mrs. Henley, stands beside her with arms crossed, looking at these lists with the grim expression of a general reviewing battle plans she knows will result in casualties. "Madam," Mrs. Henley says carefully, "this is ambitious." Eleanor knows what Mrs. Henley is really saying. What she means is, this is impossible. What she means is, we do not have enough hands, enough time, enough kitchen space to produce what you are asking for. What she means is, you are going to kill us both trying to make this happen. But Eleanor also knows she has no choice. because in Victorian society the food you served on New Year's Day was not just hospitality, it was a statement. It was proof of your prosperity, your taste, your worthiness to be part of respectable society. And if your refreshment table looked sparse, if your offering seemed insufficient, if you ran out of anything while guests were still arriving, well, that would be discussed for months, years even. So Eleanor looks at her impossible list and says, "We will manage, we always do." And Mrs. Henley, who's been cooking for this family for 12 years and understands exactly what "we will manage" means in terms of sleep deprivation and exhaustion, simply sighs and nods. "Yes, madam, we always do." Let me tell you about the Victorian groaning board, because I do not think modern people fully comprehend what this tradition entailed. The term groaning board was literal. The idea was that your table should be so heavily laden with food that the wood itself groaned under the weight. This was not metaphor. This was not exaggeration. Victorian hostesses aimed to create displays of abundance so extreme that they bordered on gluttony. And on New Year's Day, when every household in your social circle was doing the same thing, the pressure to match or exceed your neighbour's offerings was immense. What did a proper New Year's Day refreshment table look like? I am so glad you asked, because the answer is absolutely bonkers. At minimum, and I stress minimum, a respectable middle-class household would be expected to offer multiple varieties of cake, including pound cake, seed cake, and sponge cake, sweet biscuits and savoury biscuits. Sandwiches with various fillings, ham, tongue, cucumber, and egg were standard. Cold meats elegantly arranged on platters, roast beef, tongue, chicken, and possibly game birds if the family could afford them. Cheeses, pickles and preserves, candied fruits and sugared almonds, fresh fruit expensive in January and therefore a sign of means. And of course beverages, tea, coffee, and that ever-present New Year's Day staple, eggnog. But wait, there is more. Because if you wanted to really impress, if you wanted to demonstrate that your family was not just respectable but prosperous, you might also serve oysters on ice, a delicacy that showed you had both money and access to fresh seafood, lobster salad, various jellies and creams, trifle, mince pies, even though Christmas had just ended. And perhaps, if you were truly ambitious, that ridiculous Victorian specialty, the New Year's pie. Oh, the New Year's pie. Let me tell you about this monstrosity, because it perfectly encapsulates the Victorian tendency to take everything too far. The New Year's pie was exactly what I described briefly earlier. A boiled cow's tongue stuffed inside a chicken, which was stuffed inside a duck, which was stuffed inside a turkey, which was stuffed inside a goose, which was then encased in pastry and baked. Yes, you read that correctly. 5 different meats nested like Russian dolls all in one pie. The cooking time alone took most of a day. The cost was prohibitive for all but wealthy families. The taste was, well, accounts vary, but most describe it as impressive rather than delicious. But the point was not taste. The point was never taste. The point was display. The point was showing that you had the resources, the staff, the kitchen capacity, and the sheer audacity to produce something so elaborate that it could be discussed as a topic of conversation for weeks afterward. Now here is the thing that I really need you to understand. Most middle-class Victorian families did not have the staff to produce this level of food preparation easily. Wealthy families had cooks, kitchen maids, scullery maids, and additional hired help for special occasions. But a family like Eleanor's, they had 1 cook and 1 kitchen maid. That is it. 2 women responsible for producing enough food to feed potentially 50 guests over the course of 6 hours. The math alone is staggering. If 37 groups of gentlemen visit, with an average of 2 or 3 men per group, that is somewhere between 74 and 111 people who need to be fed over the course of one afternoon. Even if each person only takes a few items, you're looking at preparing food for essentially a 100-person event in a home kitchen with 2 people, with Victorian-era cooking equipment, no refrigeration beyond a cold larder or icebox, no electric mixers, no food processors, everything made by hand from scratch using coal-fired ovens that required constant attention to maintain proper temperature. Are you starting to see why this was such a burden? Let me walk you through what Eleanor's preparation actually looked like day by day. I want you to feel the exhaustion building. December 29th, 3 days before New Year's Day, Eleanor and Mrs. Henley begin with items that can be made in advance and stored. The cakes come first. Pound cake requires beating butter and sugar by hand until fluffy, a process that takes a solid 30 minutes of continuous stirring. Then eggs must be added one at a time, beaten in thoroughly. Then flour folded carefully. Then the batter must be poured into prepared tins, buttered and floured by hand, and baked in the coal oven for over an hour, with Mrs. Henley checking the temperature constantly to ensure even the baking. They make 3-pound cakes. 3. By the end of the day, Mrs. Henley's arms ache so badly she can barely lift them. But they are not finished. They also make 2 seed cakes, flavoured with caraway seeds that had to be measured and toasted, and 1 sponge cake, which requires separating dozens of eggs by hand and whipping the whites to stiff peaks through sheer arm strength and a wire whisk. By evening, the kitchen is stifling hot from the oven burning all day. Both women are covered in flour. Eleanor's hands are cramping, and they have only begun. December 30th, 2 days before New Year's Day. Today is Biscuit Day. They make 3 types of sweet biscuits and 2 types of savoury ones. Each type requires its own dough, its own shaping process, its own baking temperature and time. The ginger biscuits need ground ginger, carefully measured. The shortbread needs to be rolled to exact thickness and cut into precise shapes. The cheese biscuits require grating cheese by hand. No food processors here, just a sharp grater and bleeding knuckles if you're not careful. They bake batch after batch after batch. The oven cannot accommodate all the biscuits at once, so it is a continuous rotation. Mix dough, shape biscuits, bake, cool, store. Mix dough, shape biscuits, bake, cool, store for 12 hours straight. The kitchen maid, a girl named Rose who is only 16, starts crying around 2 in the afternoon because her feet hurt so badly and she has accidentally burned her hand on a hot baking tray. Eleanor gives her a brief break and a cold compress, then sends her back to work, because there is no time for rest. There is no time for anything except production. That evening, Eleanor sits down to eat dinner, the first time she has sat all day, and realizes her hands are shaking from exhaustion. She eats mechanically, tasting nothing, then goes to bed for 5 hours of sleep before starting again. December 31st, New Year's Eve, 1 day before the event. This is the most brutal day because everything that cannot be prepared in advance must be prepared now. The sandwiches, the cold meats which need to be sliced thin and arranged artfully, the eggnog which requires separating dozens of eggs, yolks for the nog, whites beaten and folded in for frothiness, the beverages that need to be measured and mixed, the garnishes that must be prepared, the table that must be set and decorated. But first, Eleanor and Mrs. Henley go to the market. They need fresh ingredients for the sandwiches, fresh cream for the eggnog, fresh fruit for display, in December, in England. Do you know how expensive fresh strawberries are in an English December? Prohibitively so, but Eleanor buys them anyway, because not having fresh fruit on New Year's Day would signal that the family is struggling financially. Even though buying the fruit is what actually causes financial struggle, the logic is circular and maddening, but it is the Victorian way. They return from the market laden with packages. Rose is already at work preparing vegetables for the sandwiches. Cucumbers must be sliced paper thin. Watercress must be washed and dried. Eggs for egg salad must be boiled, cooled, peeled and mashed. Ham must be trimmed and arranged. Butter must be softened and spread on what feels like 700 slices of bread. The sandwiches are cut into delicate triangles with the crusts removed, because God forbid you serve a sandwich with crusts on the New Year's Day. That would be common, that would be lower class. That would be something for people to whisper about. The sandwich making alone takes 6 hours. 6 hours of repetitive assembly line work. Spread butter, add filling, top with second slice, cut into triangles, remove crusts, arrange on platter, cover with damp cloth to prevent drying. Repeat, repeat, repeat until your hands cramp and your mind goes numb. Meanwhile, Mrs. Henley is working on the eggnog. Traditional Victorian eggnog was not the mild drink we know today. It was a serious concoction involving substantial amounts of rum, brandy and bourbon. One recipe from an 1880 cookbook calls for 12 egg yolks, 1 pint of cognac, half a pint of rum, and 1 pint of heavy cream per batch. Eleanor needs 3 batches to ensure she does not run out. That is 36 egg yolks, 3 pints of cognac, and amounts of rum and cream that would make modern people question whether they are making eggnog or simply disguising alcohol as a dairy product. Mrs. Henley beats egg yolks until they are thick and pale. She gradually adds sugar, beating constantly. Then the alcohol added slowly so it incorporates smoothly. Then the cream whipped separately and folded in. Then the egg whites, also whipped separately and folded in last for that signature frothy top. This process for 3 batches takes 4 hours. 4 hours of beating, whisking, folding and praying that the mixture does not curdle or separate or fail in some way that would require starting over. By midnight on December 31st, Eleanor, Mrs. Henley and Rose are still working. They are preparing the cold meat platters, arranging them with the artistic precision that Victorian presentation demands. A roast must not just sit on a platter, it must be garnished with parsley and lemon slices, arranged at attractive angles, displayed as though it were a sculpture rather than food. They do not finish until 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning on January 1st. New Year's Day has technically already begun, and they are still in the kitchen, putting the final touches on dishes that will be consumed in minutes by guests who will not truly appreciate the hours of labour each item represents. When they finally finish, when the last platter has been covered and placed in the cold larder, when the kitchen has been cleaned and the dishes washed, Eleanor sends Mrs. Henley and Rose to bed. Then she sits alone in the kitchen for a few minutes, too exhausted to move, too wired to sleep. In 6 hours, guests will begin arriving. In 6 hours, she will need to be dressed in her finest gown, smiling, gracious, energetic, acting as though she has not just spent 3 days in near-constant food preparation. In 6 hours, the performance will begin, and no one in her parlour will know or care about the physical toll it took to create the abundance they will consume without thought. Now I know what some of you are thinking. Why did she do this? Why not serve less food? Why not simplify? Why not just stop participating in this insanity? And the answer brings us back to something I keep emphasizing. Reputation was everything. Your social standing was everything. And in Victorian society, abundance was virtue. Generosity, or at least the appearance of generosity, was how you proved your worth. There is a fascinating Victorian etiquette book from 1878 called The Habits of Good Society that addresses this directly. It states, "A table scantily furnished conveys an impression of poverty, or worse, of meanness. Even if a family is economizing in other areas, the refreshment table for guests must never show signs of constraint. Better to skimp on your own daily dinners than to serve guests anything less than abundance. Read that again. Better to skimp on your own daily dinners than to serve guests anything less than abundance. You could literally be going hungry and pumbait as long as you maintain the appearance of prosperity in public. And families did this. I've read household account books from middle-class Victorian families who clearly could not afford the entertainments they hosted, but who spent disproportionate amounts of their income on social obligations because the cost of not participating, social isolation, damaged reputation, reduced marriage prospects for daughters, was too high. It is a trap. A beautiful, elaborate, exhausting trap. And Victorian women were caught in it with no easy way out. But let me tell you what happened after New Year's Day, because I think this is where the true cost becomes clear. January 2nd, 1876. Eleanor wakes up and cannot move. She is not being dramatic. Her body has simply given out. Every muscle aches. Her feet are swollen. Her hands, after days of mixing and beating and preparing, are stiff and painful. She lies in bed staring at the ceiling, and for a long moment she genuinely cannot remember how to summon the energy to stand. Downstairs, Mrs. Henley is in similar condition. She has been cooking professionally for 25 years, and even she admits she has never been this exhausted. Rose, the young kitchen maid, is moving like an old woman, limping on feet that are covered in blisters from standing for 3 straight days. And here is the thing. They are not done, because now comes the clean-up. Mountains of dishes, platters and serving pieces and glasses and silverware. The parlour needs to be restored to order. The leftover food, and there is always leftover food because you absolutely cannot run out during the event, needs to be dealt with. But more than that, Eleanor still has those 37 calling cards to address. She still needs to make return calls over the next week. She still needs to maintain the social obligations that the day created. The performance does not end when the last guest leaves. It just shifts to a different stage. For the next week, Eleanor moves through her days in a fog of exhaustion. She makes her obligatory return calls, smiling and chatting, and pretending she is perfectly fine. She attends afternoon teas where women compare notes on their New Year's Day successes and failures, and she performs gratitude when someone compliments her refreshments, never hinting at the physical cost of producing them. And she knows, she absolutely knows, that next year she will do it all again, because not doing it, opting out, simplifying, showing any sign that the burden is too heavy, those choices are not available to her. There is a diary entry from an anonymous Victorian woman dated January 5th, 1883, that was published in a collection of women's writings in the 1920s. She wrote, "I have survived another New Year's Day, though survival feels like too strong a word for this state of collapse. My hands still shake when I try to hold a teacup. My cook has taken to her bed with what she calls exhaustion of the nerves, and I cannot blame her. We prepared for 3 days and hosted for 6 hours, and in that time we served food enough for an army to gentlemen who stayed barely 15 minutes each and likely forgot our refreshments the moment they reached the next house. I know we did well. Several ladies have complimented our spread, and Lord Morton himself remarked on the quality of our eggnog, but I cannot help wondering if the price was worth the praise. My daughter asks me why we do this, why we put ourselves through this ordeal year after year, and I have no answer except because we must, because this is what is expected, because to refuse is to fail, and we cannot afford to fail. That phrase haunts me. Because we cannot afford to fail. The stakes were so high, the margin for error so small, the consequences of inadequacy so severe that Victorian women pushed themselves past reasonable limits, past what their bodies could comfortably sustain, past what any fair system would demand of them. And they did it knowing that their efforts would be consumed in minutes, forgotten by evening, and judged by standards that were impossible to truly meet. Because there was always someone who served more food, more expensive food, more elaborately prepared food, there was always a bigger groaning board to be compared against. It was a competition no one could win, but everyone had to keep playing. As Eleanor finally allowed herself to rest on January 3rd, she thought about her mother, who had done this same performance for 30 years before arthritis, and age finally excused her from the obligation. She thought about Mary, who would one day have her own household and her own New Year's days to survive. She thought about the system that demanded so much and gave back so little, except the cold comfort of having met expectations, and she thought just for a moment about what it would be like to simply stop, to close the door on New Year's Day, to refuse the performance, to choose rest over reputation, but only for a moment, because such thoughts were dangerous. Such thoughts led to social death. And in Victorian society, social death was a fate worth any amount of physical exhaustion to avoid. So Eleanor rested for one more day, gathering her strength, and then she rose, put on her day dress, and began making the return calls that the 37 cards obligated her to make, because the performance never truly ended. It just moved from stage to stage, exhausting and endless and utterly inescapable. Yet for all the anxiety about calling cards and the physical toll of food preparation, there lurked an even darker terror at the heart of New Year's Day. Because woven through all of the Victorian traditions was the set of superstitions so powerful, so deeply believed, that they could drive women to make decisions that seem incomprehensible to us today. And the most vicious of these superstitions had to do with who was allowed to cross your threshold as the new year began. The tradition of first footing was not just a quirky custom, it was a belief system that could literally drive women out of their own homes into the freezing night. Let me show you just how cruel this particular tradition could be. It is 11:45 on New Year's Eve, 1874, and a woman named Charlotte Morrison stands in her hallway, wearing her winter coat over her nightgown, holding a small bag with her essentials, preparing to leave her own home. Outside, the temperature hovers just above freezing. A thin rain falls, the kind that soaks through clothing in minutes and chills you to the bone. Charlotte does not want to go outside. Every fibre of her being rebels against what she is about to do, but she has no choice. Because according to the superstition of first footing, if a woman is the first person to cross the threshold of a house after midnight on New Year's Eve, she will bring bad luck to that household for the entire year ahead. And Charlotte, who returned home late this evening after tending to her sick mother 3 streets away, has suddenly realized with horror that she might still be inside when the clock strikes 12. Her brother-in-law, Thomas, stands by the door with an apologetic expression. He is the one who pointed out the problem. He is the one who suggested gently but firmly that perhaps Charlotte should step outside just before midnight and wait until he, as a man, can enter first and cleanse the threshold. For the good of the family, you understand, for the fortune of the household, to ensure the new year starts properly. Charlotte looks at him, she looks at the rain, she looks at her sister Margaret, standing behind Thomas with guilt and fear warring on her face. And Charlotte understands that she is actually going to do this. She is actually going to leave her warm home and stand in the freezing rain because of a superstition about gender and luck and invisible forces that may or may not exist. She opens the door and steps into the night. The tradition of first footing is Scottish in origin, tied to the Hogmanay celebrations that Queen Victoria loved so much. The basic premise was simple. The first person to enter your home after the stroke of midnight would determine your luck for the coming year. But like everything in Victorian society, what seemed simple was actually governed by elaborate rules that could make or break your entire year. A good first footer should be male, definitely male. Tall was better than short. Dark-haired was infinitely preferable to blonde. He should bring gifts, coal for warmth, salt for flavour, bread for sustenance, and whiskey for good cheer. These items were symbolic, representing the essential needs of life and the hope that they would be abundantly provided in the year ahead. But here is where it gets problematic. A bad first footer could curse your entire year. And what made a bad first footer? Being female, having blonde or red hair, being flat-footed, yes, really. The shape of your feet mattered, having eyebrows that met in the middle, being cross-eyed, arriving empty-handed. The superstition about women was particularly strong. Women were considered inherently unlucky as first-footed. Some believed it was because women were associated with domesticity and the private sphere, while men represented the outside world and new opportunities. Others claimed it had pagan roots in ancient beliefs about feminine energy and cycles. Still others thought it was simply self-evident that women brought bad luck. No explanation needed. Whatever the origin, by the Victorian era, the belief was widespread and deeply held. And it created situations like Charlotte's, where a woman could be ejected from her own home because her presence at midnight might doom her family to 12 months of misfortune. Now, you might think this superstition only affected working-class or uneducated families, but you would be wrong. First-footing beliefs permeated all levels of Victorian society. Wealthy families, educated families, even families who considered themselves modern and progressive, they all observed this tradition with varying degrees of seriousness. There is a fascinating table published in Folklore magazine in June of 1892, compiled by researchers John Rees and T.W.E. Higgins. They surveyed communities across England and Scotland about first-footing preferences, and the results are both hilarious and depressing. According to their research, the ideal first-footer was a dark-haired man, tall, entering with his right foot first while carrying the traditional gifts. The worst possible first-footer was a fair-haired woman, short, entering left foot first while carrying nothing. Between these extremes existed an entire hierarchy of desirability. A dark-haired man with a squint was better than a blonde man with perfect vision. A red-haired man was considered almost as unlucky as a woman. A pregnant woman as first footer was seen as catastrophically bad luck. She counted as 2 unlucky presences at once. The survey also revealed regional variations. In some parts of Scotland, the first footer absolutely could not be a doctor, because doctors were associated with illness and death. In parts of northern England, having a minister as your first footer was considered unlucky because it suggested you would need spiritual guidance, implying troubles ahead. In other regions, chimney sweeps were considered the luckiest possible first footers because they were associated with clearing away old soot and bringing cleanliness. Do you see how arbitrary this all was? How the rules shifted depending on where you lived and who you asked. And yet, despite the arbitrariness, people believed. They genuinely, deeply believed that the random chance of who crossed their threshold first would determine their fortune for an entire year. Let me tell you what happened to Charlotte Morrison, standing in the rain at 11:55 on New Year's Eve. She waits outside her sister's house, shivering as the minutes tick by. She can hear the clock in the church tower 2 streets away, counting down the final moments of 1874. Inside the house, she knows Margaret and Thomas are waiting by the door, ready for Thomas to step out and immediately back in, becoming the official first footer for their household. The rain soaks through Charlotte's coat. Water drips from her hair down the back of her neck. Her hands, even in gloves, have gone numb. She thinks about the absurdity of this situation. She thinks about how she has lived in this house for 6 months since her husband died, how she has helped Margaret with the cooking and cleaning, how she has been nothing but a blessing to this household. And yet here she stands, exiled by superstition, because her gender makes her inherently unlucky. The church bell begins to toll, 12 chimes for midnight for the arrival of 1875. Charlotte counts each one, watching the front door of the house. On the 12th chime, the door opens. Thomas steps out, carrying his carefully prepared gifts of coal, salt, bread, and whiskey. He nods to Charlotte but does not speak. Speaking before re-entering might ruin the ritual. He turns around and steps back into the house, right foot first, becoming the first footer. Only then, after Thomas has successfully cleansed the threshold with his male presence, is Charlotte allowed to come back inside. She enters her own home, because it is her home, she lives here, as a secondary arrival, her female unluckiness neutralised by Thomas having gone first. Margaret greets her with a towel and an apologetic cup of tea. "Thank you for understanding," she says. "I know it seems silly, but better safe than sorry, right?" Charlotte wraps the towel around her shoulders and says nothing. What is there to say? That the ritual is absurd, that it is degrading, that it treats women as inherently contaminated, as sources of bad luck that must be carefully managed? Margaret knows all of this. Margaret feels guilty about it. But Margaret also believes, at least partly, in the superstition, and belief, however irrational, has power. Charlotte drinks her tea in silence, feeling the warmth slowly return to her frozen fingers, and wonders how many other women across England are standing in the cold right now, exiled by the same superstition. The answer, as it turns out, was thousands. Victorian folklore collectors documented numerous accounts of women being asked to leave their homes before midnight on New Year's Eve. Sometimes it was done apologetically, as in Charlotte's case. Sometimes it was done matter-of-factly, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. And sometimes, this is where it gets truly dark. Women were simply locked out without warning. There are recorded cases of women arriving home around 11 o'clock on New Year's Eve only to find their doors locked against them. Husbands or fathers or brothers, anxious about the first-footing superstition, had taken the precaution of ensuring no woman could possibly be inside at midnight. These women had to wait outside in winter weather. We are talking about England and Scotland in January here, with temperatures often below freezing, until after a man had performed the first footing ritual. Some found refuge with neighbours, others huddled in outbuildings or against walls trying to stay out of the wind. A few, particularly in rural areas, are documented as having spent hours outside in dangerous cold because the nearest alternative shelter was too far away. And here is the thing that makes this even more infuriating. Men who failed to find a proper first footer, who could not arrange for a dark-haired male friend to be their first visitor, would sometimes go outside themselves just before midnight and then come back in, becoming their own first footer. This was considered slightly embarrassing. It suggested you did not have friends willing to visit you, but it was acceptable. It counted. A man entering his own house could cleanse the threshold and ensure good luck, but a woman living in that same house could not perform the same ritual. Her presence was inherently corrupting. Her femaleness made her incapable of bringing good fortune, even to her own home. The gender discrimination here is so blatant, so unapologetic, that it shocks even by Victorian standards. This was a society that already limited women's rights in countless ways. They could not vote, could not own property after marriage, could not access most professions, were legally subject to their husband's authority. And on top of all those legal and social restrictions, there was this: the belief that their very presence at a specific moment could doom everyone around them to bad luck. Now, not everyone took the first-footing superstition seriously. There were skeptics, there were mockers, there were people who thought the whole thing was ridiculous, holdover from less enlightened times. But even skeptical Victorians often went along with the ritual because, well, what if it was true? What if refusing to observe the tradition did bring bad luck? This is how superstitions maintain their power. They do not need universal belief. They just need enough belief enough social pressure, enough fear of being wrong, that people comply even when they have doubts. And if you did refuse to participate, if you insisted that first footing was nonsense and declined to observe it, you opened yourself up to a convenient scapegoat if anything went wrong during the year. Lost your job in March? Well, you did not have a proper first footer. Daughter fell ill in July, obviously because you allowed a woman to cross the threshold first. House flooded in November. What did you expect when you ignored the tradition? Confirmation bias worked beautifully to reinforce the superstition. When good things happened to households with proper first footers, it proved the ritual worked. When bad things happened to households that ignored the ritual, it proved the ritual was necessary. And when bad things happened to households that observed the ritual, well, clearly the ritual had not been performed correctly, or some other unlucky influence had interfered. Or the bad luck would have been even worse without the protection of the first footer. It was an unfalsifiable belief system, and women bore the worst of it. There is a letter from 1879 that I want to share with you, written by a woman named Elizabeth Cray to her friend in London. Elizabeth lived in Edinburgh, where Hogmanay traditions were particularly strong. She wrote, "My dear Anne, I must tell you about the most degrading experience of this New Year's Eve past. I arrived home from the assembly at 11:30, tired and ready for bed. I entered through our front door as I always do, thinking nothing of it. But not 5 minutes later, my father came downstairs in a state of agitation. 'Elizabeth,' he said, 'did you enter the house after 11 o'clock?' When I confirmed that I had, his face went quite pale. 'But Lizzie,' he said, 'you will be the first footer if we do not act quickly.' What followed was a rushed and somewhat farcical attempt to undo my entrance. My father insisted that I must leave the house again immediately, before midnight. He would then go outside as well, re-enter as the proper first footer, and only then could I return. I argued that this was nonsense, that I live in this house and had as much right to be inside at midnight as anyone. But my father was adamant, and my mother supported him, and eventually I found myself standing in our garden at 5 minutes to midnight watching my father perform the ritual while I shivered in my evening dress. Anne, I am a grown woman of 26. I run much of this household, as mother's health is poor. I manage the accounts, I supervise the servants, I make countless decisions daily that affect this family's well-being. But on New Year's Eve, I am treated as though my very presence is a curse. It is not that I believe in the superstition, I do not, but my family believes, and their belief has power over me. How can I refuse without creating dissent and unhappiness? And yet, how can I accept this treatment without feeling diminished? I suppose this is what it means to be a woman in this modern age. We are told we are the moral centre of the home, the angel of the house, the pure influence that elevates all around us. But we are also told we are bad luck, that we contaminate, that we must be managed and controlled lest we bring disaster. The contradiction does not seem to trouble anyone but me. That last paragraph absolutely destroys me every time I read it. Elizabeth has identified the central contradiction of Victorian womanhood. You are simultaneously the angel of the house and the source of corruption. You are both essential and dangerous. You are idealized and feared. And the cognitive dissonance of living with those contradictions, of being told you're precious and valuable while also being told you're inherently unlucky, must have been exhausting. But here is what might surprise you. Some women found ways to resist. Some women refused to be exiled from their homes. Some women stood their ground and said, effectively, if my presence brings bad luck, then you will have to live with bad luck, because I am not standing in the rain for your superstition. These acts of resistance were small and often came with social consequences. A woman who refused first-footing traditions might be labelled difficult, stubborn, or, that favourite Victorian insult, unfeminine. She might face strained relationships with family members who blamed her for any subsequent misfortunes. She might become the subject of gossip among neighbours who viewed her refusal as prideful or foolish. But some women decided that dignity was worth the cost. There is a wonderful account from the Folklore Society archives of a woman in Glasgow in 1886 who, when told to leave her house before midnight, simply refused. She sat in her parlour chair and said, "I will not be driven from my own home by superstition. If this household is cursed by my presence, then consider it cursed. I am staying." Her husband reportedly was furious. Her mother-in-law, who lived with them, was horrified. But the woman did not move. Midnight came. She became the first footer by default. And you know what happened? Nothing. The year was entirely ordinary, no disasters, no unusual bad luck. Nothing that could be definitively blamed on her unlucky first footing. By the end of the year, even her husband had to admit that perhaps the superstition was less powerful than they had believed. Did this end first footing traditions in that family? No, of course not. The next year, the husband made sure to be home before midnight to serve as first footer himself. But the woman had made her point. She had proven that female presence was not actually cursed, and she had done so at considerable personal cost, enduring months of tense family relationships and whispered criticisms. That is bravery. That is the kind of quiet, stubborn resistance that eventually wears down even the most entrenched traditions. By the late Victorian era, first footing traditions were beginning to wane, at least in their most extreme forms. The rise of urban living, where neighbours were less interconnected and traditions less rigorously enforced, helped dilute the practice. The growing women's rights movement raised questions about superstitions that specifically disadvantaged women, and the simple passage of time as younger generations found the ritual increasingly absurd weakened its hold. But it did not disappear entirely. Even into the early 20th century, there are accounts of first footing being observed in various forms. And while the practice of physically expelling women from their homes became rarer, the underlying belief that women were somehow unlucky or problematic in specific contexts persisted in other ways. Charlotte Morrison, standing in the rain that New Year's Eve in 1874, could not have known that within a few decades the tradition that exiled her would be fading. She could not have known that future generations would look back on first footing with disbelief and confusion, struggling to understand how such a blatantly sexist superstition was ever taken seriously. All she knew was that she was cold and wet and humiliated. All she knew was that her gender had been declared inherently unlucky. All she knew was that tomorrow, well, today, since it was now past midnight, she would wake up and continue living in a society that valued her contributions while simultaneously fearing her presence. She finished her tea, went to bed, and added one more reason to the growing list of why New Year's Day was something to be endured rather than celebrated. But if the first footing superstition was cruel in its explicit discrimination, there was another New Year's Eve belief that was even more insidious because it claimed to be about everyone equally. The midnight curse, the idea that whatever you were doing at the stroke of 12 would determine what you did for the rest of the year, sounds harmless at first, almost whimsical. But for Victorian women who were already exhausted from days of preparation, already anxious about the social performances ahead, this superstition added one more layer of pressure that made sleep impossible and anxiety inevitable. Let me show you exactly what I mean. In a townhouse in Manchester, on the last night of 1877, a woman named Harriet Booth sits upright in her parlour chair at 11:30 in the evening, fighting sleep with every ounce of willpower she possesses. Her eyes burn with exhaustion. Her head nods forward, jerks back up. She has been awake for nearly 20 hours, having risen before dawn to begin the final preparations for the next day's New Year's calling season. Every part of her body screams for rest. Her bed, just one floor above, calls to her with siren song intensity. But Harriet cannot go to bed. She cannot even close her eyes for more than a moment. Because according to Victorian superstition, whatever you are doing at the stroke of midnight will determine what you do for the entire year ahead. And if Harriet is asleep at midnight, if she is lying in bed when the new year arrives, the superstition says she will be ill, bedridden, or possibly even dead before the year is through. So she sits, and she waits, and she battles her own exhaustion while the clock ticks toward midnight with agonizing slowness. Around her the house is silent. Her husband fell asleep hours ago. He does not believe in such superstitions, or at least he claims not to. Her children are long since in bed. Only Harriet remains, holding vigil against sleep itself, terrified of what closing her eyes might prophesy. This is the midnight curse, and it made New Year's Eve a special kind of hell for Victorian women who are already running on empty. The belief was deceptively simple. Your activity at midnight on New Year's Eve would set the pattern for the year ahead. Therefore, you should be doing something positive, productive, and auspicious when the clock struck 12. You should be surrounded by loved ones, demonstrating that you would have companionship all year. You should be standing rather than sitting, showing vitality. You should be awake rather than asleep, proving your health and vigour. You should be engaged in some happy activity, conversation, music, celebration, that would ensure happiness throughout the coming months. But the corollary to this belief was terrifying. If you were doing something negative at midnight, you would be trapped in that negative state for 12 months. Asleep meant illness or death. Crying meant a year of sorrow. Alone meant loneliness ahead. Arguing meant constant conflict. And so on, with variations depending on which Victorian etiquette manual or folklore collection you consulted. Now on the surface, this might seem like a harmless superstition, maybe even a positive one. It encouraged people to celebrate, to be together, to mark the moment with intention. But think about what this meant for Victorian women who were already exhausted from days of preparation for New Year's Day. These women had been cooking for 3 days straight. They had been cleaning, organising, preparing, planning, stressing about every detail of the calling season ahead. They were physically depleted, emotionally drained, running on fumes. And now, on top of everything else, they were expected to stay awake until midnight, at minimum, and perform happiness, vitality, and optimism at the exact moment when they had never felt less capable of performing anything. The cruelty of this expectation cannot be overstated. Sleep was not just appealing to these women, it was desperately needed. It was medicinal. It was the bare minimum their bodies required to function. And the superstition about midnight was essentially saying, your need for rest is less important than magical thinking about the future. Your exhaustion is less important than appearing vital. Your reality is less important than superstitious performance. Let me tell you what the Victorian etiquette books actually said about this, because their advice reveals just how seriously this superstition was taken. An 1883 book called The American Code of Manners included this guidance. On New Year's Eve, all members of the household should remain wakeful until after midnight has passed, engaging in pleasant activities that will set a favourable tone for the year ahead. To retire to bed before the new year has properly begun suggests an indifference to one's future prospects, and may indeed invite illness or lethargy in the months to come. Another manual, Social Customs, from 1876, was even more explicit. Ladies especially should take care to be in good spirits and attractive appearance at the midnight hour, for a woman's disposition at this moment will colour her temperament throughout the entire year. A lady found weeping, sulking, or in a state of undress at midnight may expect 12 months of similar unhappiness. Do you see what they're doing here? They are taking an already exhausted population, Victorian women who've been preparing for the social ordeal of New Year's Day, and telling them that their exhaustion is dangerous, that giving in to their legitimate need for rest could literally curse their entire year, that they must perform vitality and happiness even when they have nothing left to give. It is gaslighting on a societal scale. It is telling women that their reality is wrong, that their feelings are wrong, that their bodily needs are wrong. And it is enforcing this message through fear of bad luck, fear of divine displeasure, fear of fulfilling a negative prophecy. Harriet Booth, sitting in her Manchester parlour, knows all of this intellectually. She knows the superstition is probably nonsense. She has read enough, thought enough, to understand that correlation does not equal causation, that coincidence is not prophecy. But she also knows that her friend Julia fell asleep before midnight 2 years ago, and Julia was indeed sickly throughout the following year, bedridden for weeks with influenza, never quite recovering her full strength. Coincidence? Probably. But what if it was not? This is the trap of superstition. You cannot disprove it through reason, because belief operates on a different plane than logic. And when the stakes are potentially your health, your happiness, your life, well, is it not safer to just stay awake? Is it not wiser to observe the tradition, even if you doubt it, just in case? So Harriet stays awake. She reads, though her eyes can barely focus on the page. She does needlework, though her stitches are uneven, and she has to pull them out and redo them multiple times. She walks around the parlour occasionally, trying to keep blood flowing, trying to fight the heaviness in her limbs, and she counts the minutes until midnight, when she can finally allow herself to sleep. But midnight is not really the end of it, because once midnight passes, once the new year has officially begun, there is still the question of what to do next. If you go to bed at 12:05, are you now doomed to be sleepy all year? The superstition is not entirely clear on this point. Some interpretations suggest that the first hour of the new year sets the tone, meaning you should stay awake and active until at least 1 in the morning. Other interpretations say that the entire first day is important, meaning you should avoid sleeping at all on January 1st, lest you establish a pattern of lethargy. Can you imagine being told that you should not sleep for essentially 36 hours straight, from the morning of December 31st through the evening of January 1st, because sleeping might curse you with illness or laziness? And yet some Victorian women tried to do exactly this. They pushed themselves to these extremes because the fear of bad luck was stronger than the need for rest. They stayed awake through sheer force of will, through pots of strong tea and coffee, through pinching themselves and walking and doing anything to keep their eyes open. The health consequences were real and documented. Victorian doctors wrote about the phenomenon of New Year's collapse, where women would fall genuinely ill in the days following January 1st, their bodies simply giving out after being pushed past reasonable limits. Fainting spells, nervous exhaustion, what we would now recognize as symptoms of severe sleep deprivation. All of this was common enough to have been noted in medical journals of the time. There is a diary entry from January 2nd, 1881, written by a physician named Robert Hendricks. He wrote, "I have been called to attend 4 ladies today, all suffering from similar complaints, severe headache, trembling, inability to eat, and a nervous exhaustion that leaves them barely able to speak coherently. Upon questioning, I learned that all 4 had remained awake from early December 31st through the evening of January 1st, nearly 40 hours without sleep, due to their preparations for New Year's Day calling, and their belief that sleeping at midnight or on New Year's Day would bring ill fortune. I attempted to explain that their current illness was the direct result of this self-imposed ordeal, that no superstition is worth such damage to one's health, but they seemed unable to hear me, insisting that had they slept, their illnesses would have been worse or would have lasted the entire year. I left their bedsides frustrated, knowing that next year they will likely do the same thing again, driven by fears that no amount of medical reasoning can dispel. Hendricks was right. These women probably did repeat the pattern the following year, because admitting that the superstition was harmful meant admitting that they had damaged their health for nothing. It meant acknowledging that the previous year's suffering was pointless, and that kind of admission is psychologically difficult, perhaps impossible when you have invested so much in a belief. This is called the sunk cost fallacy, though the Victorians would not have had that term. The more you suffer for a belief, the more committed you become to that belief, because acknowledging it was wrong means acknowledging that your suffering was meaningless, and so the cycle perpetuates. But the midnight superstition had another layer that made it particularly cruel for unmarried women. Remember Mary Eleanor's sister, whom we met earlier? For Mary and women like her, midnight on New Year's Eve was not just about avoiding sleep. It was about being seen in the right context. Victorian folklore held that unmarried women should be in the company of eligible men at midnight, preferably being courted or at least in conversation with potential suitors. This would ensure romantic prospects in the year ahead. Conversely, if an unmarried woman was alone at midnight, or worse, in the company of only other women, she could expect another year of spinsterhood. Think about the pressure this created. Mary, who was already anxious about her unmarried state, who had already endured the judgment of New Year's Day calling, now had to worry about staging her midnight moment correctly. She needed to be at a gathering where eligible men would be present. She needed to position herself in a way that made interaction likely. She needed to be charming and attractive at precisely 12 o'clock. Even if she was exhausted, even if she felt like crying, even if every fibre of her being just wanted to be left alone. And what if she could not arrange this? What if no party invitation came? What if the eligible men at the gathering she attended all gravitated toward younger women? What if midnight found her standing awkwardly alone, unchosen, unwanted? Well, then the superstition said she could expect more of the same for the next 12 months. It is a self-fulfilling prophecy in the cruelest sense. If you believe that being alone at midnight dooms you to loneliness, and that belief makes you anxious and desperate and socially awkward at midnight, then you probably will be alone at midnight, which reinforces the belief. Round and round it goes, trapping women in cycles of anxiety and failure. There is a letter from 1879 that breaks my heart every time I read it. It was written by a woman named Penelope March to her married sister, dated January 3rd. She wrote, "Dearest Helen, I fear I have doomed myself to another year alone. On New Year's Eve, I attended the Talbots' party as you recommended, hoping to find some pleasant company at the midnight hour. But the evening was a disaster. All the young men seemed focused on Miss Talbot herself, who looked radiant in blue silk, and on her cousin visiting from Bath, who is only 19 and has that fresh prettiness that I fear I have lost. I tried to insert myself into conversations, but I felt invisible. As midnight approached, I found myself standing by the refreshment table, pretending to be interested in the sandwiches, while around me couples paired off and friends gathered in laughing groups. When the clock struck 12, I was alone, utterly alone. No one even noticed me to wish me a happy new year until several minutes had passed, and someone finally took pity on me. I tried to smile, tried to pretend it did not matter, but Helen, I know what this means. If the superstition holds true, I have just ensured another year of solitude. I am 26 now, and the prospect of facing yet another year unmarried, another year of pitying looks and awkward questions, fills me with such dread that I can hardly bear it. What is wrong with me? Why can I not be chosen? Why do I always seem to be the one standing alone while others find connection? Am I truly so unlovable? The superstition says that my midnight solitude predicts my future, but I wonder if it is not prediction but rather recognition, an acknowledgement of what I already am and will always be. This letter makes me want to reach back through time and shake Penelope and tell her that she is not cursed, that the superstition is nonsense, that being alone at one specific moment does not determine her entire future. I want to tell her that her worth is not measured by whether some random man chose to stand near her when a clock chimed. I want to tell her that the problem is not her. It is a society that has convinced her that her value depends on marriage, that has wrapped that message in superstition so it seems like cosmic truth rather than social construction. But I cannot tell her these things. Penelope lived and died believing she was unlucky, believing she was unwanted, believing that one midnight moment sealed her fate, and she was probably not alone in this belief. How many other Victorian women internalized the message of the midnight curse? How many believed their loneliness was prophesied and therefore inevitable? How many stopped trying, stopped hoping, because a superstition told them their future was already determined? As Harriet Booth finally hears the clock strike midnight in her Manchester parlour, she allows herself to feel the relief of having made it. She is awake, she is upright, she is properly dressed, she has done everything the superstition demands. Surely, surely this means the year ahead will be healthy and prosperous. But even as she thinks this, doubt creeps in. Was she smiling at midnight? Should she have been? Was her posture good, or was she slumping from exhaustion? Did her exhaustion itself count against her? The superstition says to be vital and energetic, but how vital can someone be after 20 hours awake? If she was tired at midnight, does that mean she'll be tired all year? There is no way to win this game. The rules are too vague, the interpretations too varied, the standards too impossible. You can try your best to observe the traditions, to hit all the marks, to perform correctly, and still wonder if you have somehow failed, if some tiny mistake has costed your entire year. This is what Victorian women lived with. This is the background radiation of anxiety that coloured every major holiday, every social obligation, every ritual and tradition. The fear that you were not doing it right. The fear that your mistakes would have consequences far beyond the moment. The fear that invisible forces were watching, judging, recording your failures to be punished later. Modern people sometimes romanticize the Victorian era. They see the beautiful clothes and elegant manners and assume it was a more graceful, more civilized time. But for women especially, it was a time of constant performance under impossible standards, enforced by rules both social and supernatural. It was exhausting, it was anxiety-inducing, and it was inescapable. Harriet finally allows herself to go to bed at midnight. She has stayed awake, she has done her duty, and if the year ahead brings illness or misfortune anyway, well, at least she cannot be blamed for failing to observe the tradition. At least she has that small comfort. She climbs the stairs to her bedroom, moving like someone decades older than her actual 32 years. She does not even bother to properly undress. She just removes her outer layers and falls into bed in her chemise and stockings. Sleep takes her instantly, deeply, the kind of sleep that comes from complete physical and emotional depletion. Today rather, since it is now January 1st, she will wake up and begin the 6-hour ordeal of New Year's Day calling. She will smile and host and perform for dozens of visitors. She will pretend to be rested and vital and happy. And she will do it all on maybe 4 hours of sleep, because the superstitions demanded that she sacrifice rest on the altar of magical thinking. This is the reality behind the Victorian facade. This is what the elegant social rituals cost in human terms. And this is why New Year's Day was something to fear. Yet even with all these superstitions observed, all these rules followed, all these performances completed, there was still one more gauntlet that Victorian women had to run. Because in the days following New Year's Day, as society assessed who had succeeded and who had failed, there was one final judgment to be rendered. The calling cards had been counted, yes. The quality of hospitality had been evaluated, certainly. But now came the whispers, the comparisons, the social mathematics that would determine each family's place in the hierarchy for the year ahead. And one wrong move, one failure of etiquette so subtle you might not even realize you'd committed it, could send you tumbling down the social ladder before you even knew you were falling. By 1883, something had gone terribly wrong with New Year's Day calling. What had begun as a genteel social tradition had devolved into something that looked more like a fraternity bar crawl than a respectable Victorian custom, and women, who were required to keep their doors open and maintain perfect hospitality regardless of circumstances, bore the worst of it. Let me paint you a picture of what New Year's Day afternoon looked like in New York City, because this phenomenon was not limited to England, on January 1st, 1885. A contemporary newspaper account from the New York Herald describes the scene with barely concealed horror. Fifth Avenue presented a spectacle yesterday afternoon that would have shocked our grandmothers. Groups of young men, flushed with drink and loud with laughter, careened from house to house in open carriages. The horses, driven at reckless speeds by coachmen who were themselves visibly intoxicated, clattered up to one mansion after another, depositing their passengers for calls that rarely exceeded 5 minutes before the men tumbled back into their vehicles and raced to the next address. At several establishments, the servants were observed physically supporting gentlemen who could barely stand. At others, housemaids were seen hastily cleaning up broken glass and spilled beverages after particularly boisterous visitors had departed. The sacred tradition of New Year's calling has become, in the hands of the current generation, little more than an excuse for public drunkenness disguised as social obligation. This was not an isolated incident. This was not one bad year. By the early 1880s, the deterioration of New Year's Day calling into what one historian called a marathon drinking competition was being documented across England and America, and the women hosting these calls found themselves in an impossible position. Required by social custom to receive these visitors, forbidden by etiquette to refuse hospitality, and yet held responsible for any scandals or disasters that occurred in their homes. How did this happen? How did a tradition meant to reinforce social bonds and strengthen community ties turn into something that respectable newspapers described with disgust? The answer lies in a perfect storm of changing social dynamics, alcohol consumption patterns, and the competitive nature of Victorian masculinity. Remember how I mentioned that gentlemen would visit multiple houses in one afternoon? By the 1870s and 80s, that number had grown absurdly large. Young men, particularly wealthy young men with nothing better to do, began treating New Year's Day calling as a competition. Who could visit the most houses? Who could consume the most eggnog? Who could stay on their feet longest? Newspapers from the era document gentlemen boasting of paying 40, 50, even 60 calls in a single day. One account from the New York Times in 1881 describes a young man named Cornelius Whitmore who allegedly made 73 calls on New Year's Day and was still standing barely at 6 o'clock when calling hours officially ended. He was interviewed as though he were some kind of hero. No one seemed to consider what his visits must have been like from the perspective of the women hosting him, especially if he was call number 68 in a house that had already entertained dozens of increasingly drunk gentlemen. And make no mistake, these men were drunk, because at every house they visited, they were offered eggnog. And Victorian eggnog, as I mentioned earlier, was not the mild commercial variety we buy in cartons today. It was alcohol with some cream and eggs mixed in. One recipe from an 1882 cookbook called for equal parts rum, bourbon, and brandy, mixed with just enough cream and eggs to make the mixture drinkable. Another recipe specified that the alcohol content should be strong enough to warm the spirits without being vulgar. But here is the mathematical problem. If you visit 40 houses and you have one glass of this potent eggnog at each house, you have essentially consumed 40 servings of hard alcohol in the span of 6 hours, even if you only take half a glass at each house. Even if you are trying to pace yourself, you are still drinking yourself into oblivion. Some men, to their credit, tried to avoid this outcome. They would take tiny sips, or hold a glass without drinking, or find discreet ways to dispose of the alcohol without consuming it. But social pressure and masculine pride often made these strategies difficult. Refusing to drink could be seen as insulting to the hostess. Drinking less than other men could be seen as weakness. And so they drank and drank and drank some more until the afternoon calls became an intoxicated blur. Now, imagine being a woman hosting one of these calls. You have prepared for days. You have spent a fortune on refreshments. You have dressed in your finest gown and arranged your parlour to perfection. You are exhausted before the first knock even sounds. And then, at 3 p.m, your door opens and in stumbles a group of 5 young men who've already visited 20 houses and are visibly, undeniably drunk. What do? You cannot refuse them entry. That would be unspeakably rude, a violation of the tradition. You cannot ask them to leave. That would create a scandal and mark you as inhospitable. You cannot even comment on their condition. Etiquette demands that you maintain the fiction that everything is perfectly proper, even when it obviously is not. So you smile, you greet them warmly, you offer them refreshments, knowing that more alcohol is the last thing they need. You make polite conversation, even though their responses are slurred and inappropriate. You watch helplessly as they grab food from your carefully arranged platters, spill eggnog on your carpet, knock over a small table trying to sit down, and generally behave like the drunk people they are. And through it all you maintain your composure. You maintain your grace. You pretend that this is exactly what you expected, exactly what you wanted, exactly proper. Because if you do not, if you show displeasure, if you call attention to their behaviour, if you create a scene, you are the one who will be blamed. You are the one who will be gossiped about. You are the one who failed as a hostess. The double standard here is breathtaking. Men could be falling down drunk in your parlour, and somehow you are responsible for managing their behaviour without acknowledging that anything was wrong. There is a letter from 1886 written by a woman named Victoria Halstead to her sister in Philadelphia. Victoria lived in New York, in a fashionable brownstone that made her family's home a popular stop on the New Year's Day calling circuit. She wrote, "My dear Constance, I must tell you about the nightmare that was this year's New Year's Day. Though I warn you, the telling will distress you as much as the living of it distressed me. Our calling day began normally enough, with the expected visits from father's business associates and their families. But by 2 o'clock, when the younger set began arriving, the tenor of the afternoon changed dramatically. The first group of young men were already in high spirits, literally. They had clearly been making the circuit for some time and had availed themselves of refreshments at every house. One of them, a Mr. Pemberton, whom I had met only once before, greeted me with such exuberant friendliness that he actually grabbed my hand and shook it vigorously. Completely improper, of course, but what could I say? Another gentleman missed the chair entirely when attempting to sit and ended up sprawled on the floor, laughing as though this were the funniest thing in the world. But the worst came at 4 o'clock, when a group of 8 young men arrived in a state I can only describe as disgraceful. They were shouting before they even entered the house. One of them was singing some vulgar song I'm too mortified to repeat. When our butler opened the door, they practically fell into the entrance hall. I considered asking them to leave, Constance, I truly did. But what would people say? That I had turned away callers? That I was prudish or unwelcoming? That I did not know how to handle the normal exuberance of young men on a festive day? So I received them. I smiled and pretended not to notice when one of them called me Vicky, as though we were intimate friends. I pretended not to see when another helped himself to an entire plate of sandwiches and proceeded to eat them while standing directly in front of me, speaking with his mouth full. I pretended not to hear when they made increasingly inappropriate jokes among themselves, forgetting or perhaps not caring that ladies were present. The breaking point came when one of them, in his drunken enthusiasm, knocked over the small table that held Mother's prized Chinese vase. The vase shattered. Constance, it shattered. A family heirloom, irreplaceable, in pieces on the parlour floor. And do you know what this young man did? He laughed. He said, "Oops," and laughed. I wanted to scream at him. I wanted to demand that he leave my house immediately. I wanted to make him understand what he had destroyed, but I did not. I could not. Instead, I said with as much grace as I could muster, "Do not trouble yourself, sir. These accidents happen." And I rang for the maid to clean up the pieces while he and his friends continued to mill about my parlour as though nothing had happened. After they left, finally left, taking their chaos with them, I went to my room and cried, not just for the vase, though I mourned it, but for the indignity of it all, for being forced to pretend that drunk men destroying my home was perfectly acceptable, for knowing that if I complain about this to anyone, I will be told that boys will be boys, that I am making too much of it, that I should be flattered by their attention to our household. I am exhausted, Constance, I am humiliated, and I am dreading next year when I will have to do this all over again. Reading Victoria's letter, I feel her frustration so viscerally it hurts. Here is a woman who did everything right. She prepared properly, she hosted graciously, she followed every rule of etiquette, and she was still subjected to behaviour that would be considered unacceptable in any other context. And when damage was done to her property, when her home was essentially vandalised by drunk visitors, she had to apologise to them for the inconvenience. This is what Victorian womanhood meant in practice. This is what angel of the house translated to in real terms. You were responsible for maintaining order and propriety, while having absolutely no power to actually enforce either. But Victoria's experience, bad as it was not even the worst documented case, because as the 1880s progressed, the situation deteriorated further. Groups of young men began deliberately planning routes that would allow them to drink as much as possible. They would hire carriages, often with coachmen who were themselves drunk or close to it, and race from house to house, treating the entire afternoon as a kind of endurance contest. An article from The Lotus, a magazine published by the Metropolitan Museum of Art, looked back on this period in 1916 and described it with undisguised distaste. By 1880, the garish empire of the nouveau riche had corrupted the old tradition beyond recognition. The situation devolved to groups of young bucks racing around town in open barouches, drawn by steaming horses, and with drivers more or less under the influence of the day. Hostesses were beset by lightning visits by the dozens. Lightning visits by the dozens. That phrase captures something important. These were not social calls in any meaningful sense. These were quick stops on a pub crawl. The gentlemen barely spoke to their hostesses. They grabbed food, downed their drinks, and left, racing to the next house to do the same thing again. And the competition became more explicit. Newspapers began publishing the names of young men who had made the most calls, treating them as though they had accomplished something impressive. Social clubs kept informal tallies of which members had the highest counts. The tradition had become gamified, and the game had nothing to do with social connection or relationship building. It was purely about numbers and endurance and masculine performance. The women hosting these calls were reduced to fuel stops in a race they never agreed to participate in. Their carefully prepared refreshments were consumed thoughtlessly. Their attempts at conversation were brushed aside. Their homes became pit stops, nothing more. And here is the truly infuriating part. When respectable people began criticizing this behavior, when social reformers began suggesting that perhaps New Year's Day calling had gotten out of hand, the blame often fell on the women. An article from 1884 in a Philadelphia newspaper argued that hostesses were enabling bad behavior by serving such strong eggnog. The writer suggested that if women truly wanted to discourage drunkenness, they should serve only weak punch or eliminate alcohol entirely from their refreshments. But of course, this was absurd. A woman who did not serve proper eggnog on New Year's Day would be judged as cheap or ungenerous. Her calling day would be seen as a failure. She would be criticized for not upholding tradition, for not properly honoring her guests, for being insufficiently hospitable. There was no way to win. Serve strong eggnog and you were blamed for enabling drunkenness. Serve weak eggnog or none at all, and you were blamed for being a poor hostess. The problem was structural, created by men, perpetuated by social expectations that applied unequally to men and women. But somehow women were held responsible for fixing it. Some etiquette writers did try to address the problem more fairly. Dame Curtsey, writing in her Book of Novel Entertainments for every day of the year, stated, "No matter what the custom of the family may be, wines or liquors of any kind should not be served to New Year's callers. Imagine the condition of a visitor who pays 20 or 30 calls in rapid succession and partakes even of a small quantity in each place. This is a point upon which all hostesses should agree for at least one day in the year." But this advice, reasonable as it was, went largely unheeded, because the tradition demanded eggnog. The competition among hostesses to show abundance and generosity demanded strong drinks, and individual women who tried to buck the trend found themselves criticized rather than praised. The situation finally began to change in the late 1880s and early 1890s, but not because society suddenly decided to respect women's boundaries or because men chose to moderate their behavior. It changed because the scandal became too large to ignore, and because wealthy families began shifting from open house calling to invitation-only events. By 1890, many prominent families in New York and other major cities had abandoned the open-door tradition entirely. They would send out specific invitations for New Year's Day gatherings, controlling who attended and creating an atmosphere where drunken behavior could be more easily managed or prevented. This shift was criticized by traditionalists as snobbish and exclusive, as the death of an egalitarian custom. But for the women who had endured years of drunken invasions, it was a relief. The tradition of open house New Year's Day calling never fully recovered. By the early 20th century, it had largely died out, replaced by more controlled social gatherings and eventually by our modern custom of private New Year's Eve parties. And while there were many factors in this decline, the unmanageable drunkenness of the 1880s played a significant role. Victorian women did not kill the tradition through deliberate action. They were not allowed that kind of agency, but they did hasten its death through their exhausted refusal to continue defending it. As more and more families shifted to invitation-only events, as more women quietly stopped opening their doors on New Year's Day, the tradition lost its social critical mass and faded away. Victoria Halstead, whose vase was petitioned by that drunk visitor in 1886, wrote one more letter to her sister that I think is worth sharing. This one was dated January 10th, 1891, 5 years after the vase incident. She wrote, "Constance, I have some news that you may find shocking, but which I hope you will understand. This year, we did not hold an at-home on New Year's Day. I simply could not face it again. Father was initially opposed. He worried about what people would say, what business connections might be damaged. But I held firm. I told him that I would rather face social censure than endure another year of drunk men destroying my home, while I smiled and pretended everything was fine. And you know what, Constance? Nothing terrible happened. A few people made comments about our closed doors. A few business associates were mildly put out. But the world did not end. Our social standing did not collapse. And I spent New Year's Day in blessed quiet, reading a book by the fire, free from the anxiety and chaos that had defined the previous decade. I wish I had made this decision years ago. I wish I had not waited until I was so exhausted, so depleted, so angry that I had no choice but to refuse. But I am glad I finally found the courage to say enough. Tradition is important, but not when it requires us to sacrifice our dignity and our peace. Not when it demands that we enable behaviour we know is wrong. Not when it extracts such a high price for such meagre social rewards. I hope you will consider doing the same when your circumstances allow. We do not have to keep playing a game that was rigged against us from the start. Victoria was ahead of her time. Most women did not have the option to simply opt out, at least not for several more years. But her letter represents the beginning of a shift, a growing recognition that traditions could be questioned, that customs could be rejected, that women's well-being mattered more than social obligation. It would take time for that shift to become widespread. But it was beginning, and New Year's Day calling, that exhausting, anxiety-inducing, often degrading tradition, was slowly losing its grip on Victorian women's lives. Yet even as the worst excesses of New Year's Day calling were beginning to fade, even as some women found the courage to close their doors, the underlying problem remained untouched. Because all of these traditions, the calling cards, the superstitions, the hosting marathons, the alcohol-fueled chaos, existed within a larger system of etiquette, so complex, so unforgiving, so designed to create anxiety that even women who did everything perfectly still lived in constant fear of making a mistake. The etiquette minefield surrounding New Year's Day was just one battle in a larger war that Victorian women fought every single day. The war to navigate impossible social standards without destroying themselves in the process. And that minefield deserves its own examination, because understanding it helps us see why something as simple as a holiday could become something so terrifying. On the morning of January 2nd, 1879, a woman named Beatrice Thornton wakes up with a terrible realization. Yesterday, during the 6 hours of New Year's Day calling, when she was exhausted and overwhelmed and operating on autopilot, she made a mistake. A small mistake. A tiny, almost imperceptible mistake that probably no one even noticed. But Beatrice noticed. And now, lying in bed at dawn, she cannot stop thinking about it. Mrs. Caldwell arrived at 2:30, one of perhaps 20 visitors Beatrice received that afternoon. They spoke for the customary 10 minutes. Mrs. Caldwell complimented the refreshments. Beatrice inquired about Mrs. Caldwell's daughter's health. Everything proceeded exactly as it should have. And then, as Mrs. Caldwell was leaving, Beatrice committed her error. She walked her to the door. That does not sound like a mistake, does it? Walking a guest to the door sounds like good manners, like proper hospitality. But here is what Beatrice knows, what keeps her awake now with growing anxiety. According to Victorian etiquette, a hostess should only walk certain guests to the door. Walking someone to the door indicated a particular level of intimacy or respect. For casual callers, especially during the chaos of New Year's Day when dozens of people were coming and going, the hostess was expected to remain in the parlour, allowing guests to see themselves out. By walking Mrs. Caldwell to the door, Beatrice may have indicated that she considered Mrs. Caldwell a particularly close friend or honoured guest. But Mrs. Caldwell is neither. She is a casual acquaintance, the wife of one of Beatrice's husband's business associates. They are friendly but not intimate. And now Beatrice worries, will Mrs. Caldwell interpret the door walking as presumption? Will she think Beatrice is trying to claim a closer relationship than actually exists? Will she find it pushy or inappropriate? Or worse, and this is what really terrifies Beatrice, did Mrs. Caldwell notice that Beatrice walked her to the door, but did not walk previous visitors to the door? Will she think Beatrice is deliberately showing favoritism, creating social rankings, making judgments about who matters and who does not? Beatrice lies in bed, replaying the moment over and over, trying to remember Mrs. Caldwell's expression, searching for any sign of offence or confusion. And she finds none, because Mrs. Caldwell was perfectly polite in the moment. But that means nothing. Victorian etiquette operated on layers of unspoken meaning, where true reactions were hidden beneath masks of politeness, where offence could simmer for weeks before manifesting in subtle social exclusions. Beatrice knows she will not find peace until she knows how her mistake was interpreted, and she also knows there is no way to find out directly. She cannot ask Mrs. Caldwell if the door walking was appropriate. That would only draw attention to the error and make things worse. She can only wait and watch and worry, hyper-aware of every subsequent interaction, searching for signs that she has damaged her social standing through one moment of thoughtless hospitality. This is the etiquette minefield that Victorian women navigated daily, and it made New Year's Day, with its endless stream of interactions, each one a potential mistake, particularly terrifying. Let me give you a sense of just how many rules Victorian women were expected to remember and follow. An 1885 etiquette manual called Manners and Social Usages by Mrs. John Sherwood runs to over 400 pages. 400 pages of instructions on proper behaviour in every conceivable social situation. And that is just one book. There were dozens of such books published during the Victorian era, each offering slightly different interpretations of the same rules, each adding new layers of complexity to an already impossible system. Here are just some of the etiquette rules specific to New Year's Day calling that Victorian women were expected to know. A hostess should greet each visitor by name, but should not use first names unless the visitor is family or a very close friend. However, with young people of the same generation, more familiarity was acceptable, but only if initiated by the older or higher status person first. A hostess should offer refreshments to every visitor, but should not press them if they decline. However, if a visitor declines refreshments, this might indicate either dietary restrictions, which should be respected, or discomfort with the quality of the offerings, which required subtle adjustment of future hospitality. A hostess should engage in conversation with each visitor, but should be careful not to monopolize their time or make it difficult for them to move on to their next call. However, ending the conversation too quickly could suggest you found the visitor boring or unimportant. A hostess should remain in the parlour during calling hours, available to all visitors. However, if a particularly important visitor arrived, it was acceptable to show them special attention, as long as this did not make other visitors feel slighted. A hostess should maintain a pleasant demeanour throughout the day, showing equal warmth to all visitors. However, gradations of warmth were expected based on the closeness of the relationship. Too much warmth to a casual acquaintance seemed desperate, while too little warmth to a close friend seemed cold. Do you see the problem? Nearly every rule had exceptions, contradictions, or contextual variations. Nearly every action could be interpreted multiple ways depending on who was observing and what they assumed about your intentions, and there was no objective standard, no rulebook that everyone agreed upon, no way to verify whether you had acted correctly until social consequences revealed your errors. It was like being told to walk through a minefield while blindfolded, with the locations of the mines constantly shifting and no two people agreeing on where the safe path lay. But it gets worse, because not only were the rules complex and contradictory, they were also class-specific. The etiquette expected of upper-class women differed from that expected of middle-class women, which differed from that expected of lower-middle-class women. And God help you if you use the wrong class-specific behaviour in the wrong context. For example, upper-class women who had substantial household staff were expected to remain seated in their parlours during New Year's Day calling, allowing servants to answer the door, take coats and hats, serve refreshments, and manage the flow of visitors. For these women to answer their own door or serve their own refreshments would be inappropriate, suggesting either eccentricity or financial distress. But middle-class women who might have only one or two servants were expected to be more hands-on. They might answer the door themselves if the servant was busy, might help serve refreshments, might personally manage some aspects of hospitality. For these women to remain completely hands-off would seem pretentious, as though they were trying to claim upper-class status they did not possess. And lower middle-class women, who might have only one general servant or none at all, were expected to do nearly everything themselves while making it look effortless. For these women, the challenge was to provide upper-class hospitality with working-class resources, and the etiquette rules had to be flexible enough to account for their limitations while still holding them to high standards. The problem is that visitors from different classes might have different expectations, and women had to adjust their behaviour in real time based on who was at their door. Serve a wealthy visitor too casually, and you seemed incompetent. Serve a middle-class visitor too formally, and you seemed to be showing off or making them uncomfortable by highlighting class differences. Beatrice Thornton, lying awake worrying about whether she should have walked Mrs. Caldwell to the door, is also worrying about class signals. The Caldwells are slightly wealthier than the Thorntons. Does walking Mrs. Caldwell to the door make Beatrice seem appropriately respectful of that status difference? Or does it make her seem obsequious, trying too hard to curry favour with someone above her station? These are the kinds of calculations that Victorian women had to make constantly in every interaction, with imperfect information and high stakes. It is exhausting just thinking about it. Now, you might be wondering, where did all these rules come from? Who decided that walking someone to the door meant one thing while not walking them to the door meant something else? Who determined that calling cards should be exactly 3.5 inches wide, that eggnog should contain specific ratios of alcohol to cream, that unmarried women should stop dancing at assemblies around age 30? The answer is no one and everyone. Victorian etiquette was not legislated by any central authority. It evolved organically through a combination of inherited tradition, published etiquette manuals, and social enforcement. And because it was not codified in any official way, there was constant debate about what the rules actually were. Different etiquette writers contradicted each other. Mrs. John Sherwood's Manners and Social Usages gave different advice than the Habits of Good Society published the same year. Regional variations meant that behaviour acceptable in London might be scandalous in Edinburgh and vice versa. Generational divides meant that what your mother taught you might be outdated by the time you were hosting your own at homes. This ambiguity, paradoxically, made the system more powerful rather than less. Because if there was no single correct answer, you could never be certain you had acted correctly. You could only hope that your interpretation of the rules matched the interpretation of everyone watching and judging you. And if it did not, if you made a mistake, even an honest mistake based on conflicting information, you would bear the social consequences. There is a fascinating letter from 1872, written by a young woman named Helen Price to an etiquette columnist at a ladies' magazine. She wrote, "Dear Madam, I find myself in a state of considerable distress and hope you might offer guidance. Last week, I was invited to afternoon tea at the home of Mrs. Roberts, a lady of impeccable social standing. Upon arriving, I was shown into the parlour where 3 other ladies were already seated. I took the chair that was offered to me by the servant, only to realise, too late, that it was positioned slightly higher than the others, as it had a cushion that the other chairs lacked. I spent the entire tea in agonies, wondering if I should have refused this chair, if I should have remarked upon the cushion, if my acceptance of this slightly elevated position made me seem presumptuous or socially ambitious. Mrs. Roberts gave no indication that anything was amiss, but neither did she give any sign that the seating arrangement was intentional. I left the tea convinced I had committed some terrible faux pas, but unable to determine exactly what it was or how I might correct it. Can you advise me on the proper protocol for such situations? The columnist's response is almost as anxious as the question. She spends 3 paragraphs discussing various possible interpretations of the chair situation, suggests several different courses of action Helen might have taken, and finally concludes that without knowing Mrs. Roberts's specific intentions, it is impossible to say whether Helen acted correctly or not. She recommends that Helen watch carefully for any signs of Mrs. Roberts's displeasure, and, if such signs appear, make a point of demonstrating particular humility at their next meeting. In other words, the expert does not know the answer either. The system is so complex, so dependent on context and intention and unspoken signals, that even professionals who write etiquette columns for a living cannot provide definitive guidance. And yet Victorian women were expected to navigate this system flawlessly, in real time, while exhausted and anxious and managing multiple other responsibilities. Is it any wonder that New Year's Day, with its dozens of interactions, each one a potential etiquette trap, was a source of such profound anxiety? Let me tell you about one of the most common etiquette failures associated with New Year's Day calling, because it illustrates perfectly how arbitrary and punitive the system could be. The mistake was this: failing to return a call within the socially prescribed time frame. Remember how I mentioned earlier that if someone left their calling card at your home, you were obligated to return the call within 1 week? This was not a suggestion. This was a firm rule, with real consequences for violation. Failing to return a call promptly could be interpreted as deliberate rudeness, social climbing suggesting you thought yourself too important to reciprocate, or evidence of poor breeding. But here is the trap. During New Year's week, a popular household might receive 30, 40 or 50 calling cards. That meant the lady of the house was obligated to make 30 to 50 return calls within 1 week, in addition to all her other social and domestic responsibilities. And each of those return calls had to follow proper etiquette. You could not just drop your card at the door and run. You had to actually visit if the lady was at home. You had to stay for an appropriate length of time, not too short, not too long, and you had to do all of this while managing your own household, supervising servants, caring for children, and whatever else your life required. For many women, completing all the obligatory return calls within 1 week was simply impossible. There were not enough hours in the day. But the etiquette books were inflexible on this point. 1 week, no exceptions. And if you failed to meet this deadline, you'd committed a social offence that would be noted, remembered, and potentially held against you. There is a diary entry from January 8, 1881, written by a woman named Dorothy Marsh. She wrote, "I have failed. Despite my best efforts, despite rising early and foregoing all leisure activities this week, I have managed to return only 32 of the 47 calls I received on New Year's Day. Tomorrow is the deadline, 1 week from the 1st of January, and I have 15 calls still outstanding. I have not slept properly in days. My head aches constantly. I snapped at the children this morning, which I immediately regretted. I can think of nothing but this impossible task, this mountain of social obligation that I cannot conquer no matter how hard I try. And the worst part is knowing that 15 families will note my failure. 15 households will observe that I did not return their call within the proper time frame. Some may be understanding, may realize I was simply overwhelmed, but others will interpret my failure as intentional slight. They will think I consider myself above them, or that I do not value their friendship, or that I'm socially incompetent. And there is nothing I can do to change their interpretation. The damage is done. I can only hope it is not irreparable. Dorothy's anguish is palpable. She is not lazy or thoughtless. She has been working herself to exhaustion trying to fulfill her obligations. And she is still going to fail. And that failure will have social consequences that she is powerless to prevent. This is the etiquette minefield in its purest form. A system designed to be impossible to navigate perfectly, ensuring that everyone fails sometimes, and using those failures as a mechanism of social control and hierarchy. If everyone makes mistakes, then everyone is vulnerable, and vulnerability means compliance, because you cannot risk further errors that might compound your existing social debts. But perhaps the most insidious aspect of the Victorian etiquette system was how it made women police each other. The rules were not enforced by any official authority. They were enforced through gossip, social exclusion, and the collective judgment of other women who were themselves terrified of making mistakes. If you witnessed someone else commit an etiquette error, you were expected to notice it, remember it, and subtly communicate it to others in your social circle. Not doing so suggested either that you were so socially ignorant you did not recognize the error, or that you were too morally lax to care about proper behavior. Either interpretation could damage your own reputation. So women watched each other constantly, cataloguing errors, assessing behavior, ready to whisper about any deviation from the norm. And they did this not out of cruelty, or not only out of cruelty, but out of self-preservation. By demonstrating that you knew the rules well enough to spot violations, you proved your own social competence. By participating in the judgment of others, you positioned yourself as part of the enforcing class, rather than the violating class. It was a system that turned women against each other, making allies into judges and friends into surveillance agents. And it ensured that even small errors could have large consequences, because once gossip started circulating, it was nearly impossible to stop or correct. There is a heartbreaking account from an 1885 journal kept by a woman named Sarah Winters. She wrote about attending a tea party where several ladies discussed another woman, we will call her Mrs. Ashford, who had apparently committed some etiquette violation during her New Year's Day at home. Sarah wrote, "The conversation turned to Mrs. Ashford, and I confess I grew uncomfortable as the other ladies picked apart her hosting. Her refreshments were deemed adequate but unimaginative. Her dress was criticised as too formal for the afternoon. Her conversation was described as awkward and forced. But the most damning criticism was that she had failed to acknowledge Lady Pemberton with sufficient deference when Lady Pemberton had called. Apparently Mrs. Ashford had remained seated when Lady Pemberton entered, rather than rising to greet her, a failure of proper respect that the ladies present considered almost unforgivable. I wanted to defend Mrs. Ashford. I wanted to point out that perhaps she was exhausted, that perhaps she did not see Lady Pemberton enter, that perhaps there are 1,000 innocent explanations for a moment's failure of protocol. But I said nothing, because to defend her would be to associate myself with her error, to suggest that I too did not understand the gravity of proper etiquette, and so I sat silent while these women, some of whom I consider friends, systematically destroyed another woman's reputation over what may have been nothing more than a tired moment during an exhausting day. I'm ashamed of my silence, but I'm also afraid of what speaking would have cost me. Sarah's shame is justified, but her fear is also understandable. This is what the etiquette system did. It forced women to choose between their conscience and their social survival. And most women, most of the time, chose survival, because the alternative was to become the next Mrs. Ashford, the next target of gossip and judgment. As Beatrice Thornton finally drags herself out of bed on that January morning, still worrying about whether she should have walked Mrs. Caldwell to the door, she makes a decision. She will call on Mrs. Caldwell later this week, within the appropriate time frame for return calls, and she will watch carefully for any signs of Mrs. Caldwell's interpretation of the door-walking incident. If Mrs. Caldwell seems offended, Beatrice will find a subtle way to acknowledge and correct the error. If Mrs. Caldwell seems pleased, Beatrice will continue with slightly warmer interactions. If Mrs. Caldwell seems not to have noticed at all, Beatrice will breathe a sigh of relief and try to never make that particular mistake again. This is how Victorian women lived, in a state of constant vigilance, constant self-monitoring, constant anxiety about whether they were performing correctly. Every interaction was a test, every social event was a potential disaster, and mistakes, even tiny ones, could haunt you for months or years. New Year's Day, with its concentration of interactions and its high stakes, was simply the most intense version of a game that Victorian women played every single day of their lives. And it was exhausting, and it was unfair, and it damaged their mental and physical health in ways that we are only beginning to understand through historical research into Victorian women's diaries and letters. But perhaps most importantly, it was not sustainable. The system was too rigid, too punishing, too divorced from reality to last forever. And as we move into the final sections of our story, we will see how the impossible demands placed on Victorian women during New Year's Day and every other day of the year eventually led to something unexpected. Not just the death of a tradition, but the beginning of a change in how women understood their place in the world and their right to refuse impossible burdens. Yet even as some women began to question these impossible standards, even as cracks appeared in the facade of perfect etiquette, the damage had already been done. Decades of this pressure had created something that Victorian doctors were only beginning to recognise and name, an epidemic of anxiety and nervous exhaustion that specifically targeted women. The etiquette minefield was not just socially exhausting, it was literally making Victorian women sick. And understanding this mental health crisis, this disease of modern life, helps us see why New Year's Day was not just feared, but genuinely dangerous to women's well-being. To James Crichton Browne, one of Victorian England's most prominent physicians, sat in his London consulting room in 1887 and wrote something that would not look out of place in a modern medical journal. He wrote, "The pace of modern life, with its unceasing demands and constant pressures, subjects the human nervous system to stresses for which it was never designed. I observe with increasing frequency patients, particularly women of the middle and upper classes, who present with symptoms of profound nervous exhaustion. They cannot sleep or they sleep too much. They suffer headaches that no medicine can touch. They experience palpitations of the heart, trembling of the hands, and inability to concentrate. They describe feeling constantly on edge, as though waiting for a disaster that never comes but never stops threatening." Crichton Browne was describing what we would today call an anxiety disorder. But in Victorian England, they called it nervous exhaustion or neurasthenia, or simply the diseases of modern life. And it was epidemic among women, particularly around the holidays, particularly around New Year's Day. Because here is what we have been building toward through all these stories of calling cards and superstitions and etiquette minefields. The Victorian social system, with its impossible demands and its constant judgment, was literally making women sick. And Victorian doctors were beginning to notice. In 1876, a physician named Benjamin Ward Richardson published a book titled Diseases of Modern Life that became hugely influential in medical and social reform circles. In it, he documented a phenomenon he called overpressure, the breakdown that occurred when human beings were subjected to more stress than their nervous systems could handle. Dr. Richardson wrote extensively about the pressures faced by businessmen dealing with the new telegraph system, which meant they could receive urgent messages at all hours and were expected to respond immediately. He wrote about school children being pushed to study too many subjects, take too many exams, achieve too much too quickly. But he also wrote, crucially, about women. He observed that women of the middle and upper classes were experiencing nervous breakdowns at alarming rates. And while male doctors of his era often attributed these breakdowns to women's supposed inherent weakness or hysteria, Dr. Richardson took a different approach. He looked at what these women were actually required to do day in and day out, and concluded that the demands placed upon them were unsustainable. He wrote, "The lady of a respectable household must manage servants, maintain social obligations, oversee the education of children, represent her family and society, and do all of this while adhering to standards of behavior so complex and unforgiving that a single misstep can result in social catastrophe. She must appear effortlessly graceful while working ceaselessly behind the scenes. She must be serene while exhausted, cheerful while anxious, perfect while human. Is it any wonder that under such pressures, the nervous system eventually rebels?" Dr. Richardson was ahead of his time in recognizing that women's nervous conditions were not evidence of inherent weakness, but rather rational responses to irrational pressures. He understood that you could only push human beings so far before they broke, and he saw that Victorian society had designed a system that pushed women past their breaking points, then blamed them for breaking. The timing of these nervous breakdowns was not random. Victorian doctors documented that women's admissions to sanitariums and rescuers spiked dramatically in early January, the week following New Year's Day. The pattern was so consistent, so pronounced, that it could not be coincidence. Dr. Margaret Cleves, one of the few female physicians practicing in the late Victorian era, published a paper in 1895 documenting this phenomenon. She wrote, "I have observed that the first 2 weeks of January bring a marked increase in patients presenting with acute nervous exhaustion. These are women who have, in many cases, been managing admirably throughout the autumn and early winter. But the combined stresses of Christmas preparations and New Year's social obligations prove to be the final straw that breaks the camel's back. They arrive at my consulting room unable to eat, unable to sleep, trembling, weeping, convinced they are dying or going mad. In every case, when I take their history, the story is the same. They pushed themselves beyond endurance during the holiday season, and their bodies finally refused to continue." Dr. Cleves was particularly sympathetic because she had experienced this herself. In her diary published posthumously, she described her own breakdown in January of 1889 after hosting the New Year's Day at home, while also managing a medical practice and caring for an elderly mother. She wrote, "I collapsed on January the 3rd, simply collapsed. I was seeing a patient when suddenly I could not remember what I was saying. The words would not come. My vision went strange and narrow. I had to excuse myself and lie down, and I did not rise again for 2 days. My heart raced constantly. My hand shook so badly I could not hold a pen. I, a physician who understood intellectually what was happening to me, could not stop it from happening. This is what our society does to women. It demands the impossible and then acts surprised when we fail." Dr. Cleves's experience was not unique. Diaries and letters from Victorian women are filled with descriptions of post-New Year's collapse. Women who made it through the holiday season on adrenaline and willpower, only to fall completely apart once the performance was over and they could finally acknowledge their exhaustion. Let me share with you some of the symptoms that Victorian women reported experiencing in the wake of New Year's Day. These come from medical case files, personal diaries, and letters to advice columnists. See if any of them sound familiar to you, because I think you will be surprised by how modern they are. Insomnia, despite being desperately tired. One woman described lying awake for hours, her mind racing through every interaction from New Year's Day, replaying conversations, analysing guests' expressions, convinced she had made terrible mistakes but unable to identify what they were. Intrusive, repetitive thoughts. Another woman wrote about being unable to stop counting things, counting the calling cards she'd received, counting the return calls she needed to make, counting the hours until she could sleep, counting as though her brain had gotten stuck in a loop it could not escape. Physical symptoms without physical cause, headaches that no medicine touched, stomach pains that appeared and disappeared without relation to food, heart palpitations that doctors could find no cardiac reason for. What we would now recognize as psychosomatic manifestations of extreme stress, but which Victorian doctors often dismissed as female hysteria. Panic attacks, though they did not have that term. Women described sudden overwhelming feelings of dread, accompanied by difficulty breathing, chest pain, a sensation of impending doom. One woman wrote, "I was sitting quietly at breakfast when suddenly I was convinced I was dying. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst. I could not catch my breath. The room seemed to spin. My husband called for the doctor, who examined me and found nothing physically wrong, which only made me more certain that I was going mad rather than dying. I am not sure which prospect frightened me more, social withdrawal and avoidance." Women who had been social and engaged throughout the autumn would suddenly refuse invitations, stop receiving callers, retreat into their homes. They were quite simply too exhausted and anxious to face more social demands. But this withdrawal often came with its own anxiety as they worried about the social consequences of their absence. Depressive episodes, a profound sadness and hopelessness that seemed to have no specific cause but was all-encompassing. Women would write about feeling as though they were watching their lives from outside themselves, going through motions without feeling anything, disconnected from joy or meaning. Do these symptoms sound familiar? They should, because what Victorian women were experiencing was what we now recognise as clinical anxiety and depression, often triggered or exacerbated by sustained periods of extreme stress. But here is what makes the Victorian situation particularly tragic. The medical establishment of the time, while beginning to recognise these conditions, had very little understanding of how to treat them effectively, and some of their treatments were actually harmful. The most famous treatment for nervous exhaustion in Victorian women was the rest cure, popularised by Dr. Silas Weir Mitchell in the 1870s. The rest cure involved complete bed rest, often for weeks or months. The patient was forbidden from reading, writing, doing any kind of intellectual work, or even sitting up in bed. She was fed a rich diet designed to help her gain weight. Doctors believed that nervous exhaustion was related to being too thin. She was isolated from family and friends, and she was expected to simply rest until her nervous system recovered. In some cases, for women who were genuinely on the verge of complete physical collapse, this enforced rest may have provided some benefit. But for many women, the rest cure was torture. Being forced to lie still for weeks with nothing to occupy their minds except their own anxious thoughts often made their conditions worse, not better. The isolation increased depression. The inability to do anything productive increased feelings of worthlessness. And the treatment itself carried a strong message. You are too weak and foolish to manage your own life. so we will manage it for you by removing all autonomy and agency. Charlotte Perkins Gilman, the feminist writer, underwent the rest cure after suffering a nervous breakdown following the birth of her child. She later wrote about it in her famous short story The Yellow Wallpaper, which captures the horror of being forced into inactivity and isolation when what you actually need is purpose and connection. She wrote in her autobiography, "I went home and obeyed those directions for some 3 months and came so near the borderline of utter mental ruin that I could see over. Then, using the remnants of intelligence that remained, I cast the noted specialist's advice to the winds and went to work again. Work, the normal life of every human being. Work, in which is joy and growth and service, without which one is a pauper and a parasite. I recovered some measure of power." Gilman understood what many Victorian doctors did not, that women's nervous exhaustion was not evidence of inherent weakness requiring enforced helplessness, but rather a rational response to impossible demands. The cure was not to make women more passive, but to change the demands. But changing the demands meant challenging the entire Victorian social system, and that was something most people, even well-meaning doctors, were not prepared to do. There is a fascinating debate that played out in medical journals in the 1880s and 90s about women's nervous conditions. Progressive doctors like Benjamin Ward Richardson argued that social pressures needed to be reduced. They advocated for simplifying social customs, reducing the number of required social calls, allowing women more freedom to refuse exhausting obligations without social penalty. But conservative doctors and social commentators pushed back hard. They argued that women needed these social structures, that without the discipline of social obligations, women would become idle and dissolute, that simplifying customs would lead to a breakdown of civilization itself. One particularly tone-deaf editorial from 1888 argued, "The lady who complains that social calls are exhausting reveals her own inadequacy. Proper women, women of good breeding and strong constitution, manage these obligations with ease. Those who cannot are simply demonstrating their unsuitability for respectable society." Can you imagine? Women were collapsing from exhaustion, and the response from some quarters was essentially, "Well, better women would not collapse. This is your personal failure, not a systemic problem." This attitude, that women suffering under impossible standards was evidence of individual weakness rather than structural injustice, was pervasive, and it kept many women from seeking help because they feared being labelled hysterical, weak, or inadequate. There is a letter from 1893 written by a woman named Constance Aldridge to her sister that captures this fear perfectly. She wrote, "I know I'm falling apart. I know I cannot continue at this pace, but I dare not consult a doctor, 'cause what if he confirms what I fear most? That I am simply not strong enough, not good enough, not suited to the life I am supposed to live? What if the problem is not the demands, but my inability to meet them? I would rather suffer in silence than risk that judgment." Constance's fear kept her suffering for years longer than necessary, and she was far from alone. Many Victorian women chose to hide their struggles, to maintain the facade of effortless grace, even as they crumbled inside, because the alternative, admitting weakness, seemed even more terrifying than the suffering itself. But gradually things began to change. The sheer number of women suffering breakdowns made the problem impossible to ignore. Progressive doctors continued advocating for reduced social pressures, and women themselves began, quietly at first and then more openly, to push back against the demands that were destroying them. The decline of New Year's Day calling was part of this larger shift. As more women simply stopped participating, as more families closed their doors on January 1st, the tradition lost its power. And while traditionalists bemoaned this as the death of civility, Doctors and social reformers recognized it as necessary self-preservation. Dr. Arabella Keneally, writing in 1900, looked back on the Victorian era and wrote, "We subjected women to impossible standards and then wondered why they fell ill. We demanded perfection in every aspect of their lives: physical appearance, social performance, domestic management, moral virtue, and provided no support, no flexibility, no acknowledgement that perfection is impossible. We built a system designed to create anxiety and exhaustion, and then treated the inevitable breakdowns as individual pathology rather than systemic cruelty. We are only now beginning to understand the damage we have done." Keneally was part of a growing movement of doctors and social reformers who argued that women's health required not just medical treatment, but social change. They advocated for simpler social customs, more realistic expectations, greater autonomy for women to make their own choices about how to spend their time and energy. This movement did not succeed overnight. Many Victorian attitudes persisted well into the 20th century, but the conversation had shifted. The idea that women's nervous exhaustion was a rational response to irrational pressures, rather than evidence of inherent weakness, was gaining ground. Eleanor, our hostess from the beginning of this story, never experienced a complete breakdown, but in a letter written in 1889 she reflected on her years of hosting New Year's Day at homes and the toll they had taken. She wrote, "Looking back now, I see that I was operating in a state of near-constant anxiety for years. Every social obligation felt like a test I might fail. Every interaction felt fraught with potential disaster. I could never relax, never rest, never simply be, because I was always performing, always being judged, always aware that a single mistake could have consequences I could not control. I normalized this anxiety. I thought it was simply part of being a respectable woman. I did not understand that other ways of living were possible. I am grateful that my daughters will not face the same pressures I did. The customs are changing, the expectations are loosening. Young women today have more freedom to refuse obligations that do not serve them. And while I sometimes feel a wistful nostalgia for the elaborate social rituals of my youth, I know that nostalgia is lying to me. Those rituals were beautiful on the surface and brutal underneath. They cost too much, they demanded too much, and I am glad they are fading away." Eleanor's reflection is honest and clear-eyed. She can acknowledge what was lost, the beauty, the structure, the sense of shared tradition, while also recognizing what was gained by letting those traditions go. Her daughters did indeed have more freedom. They did face less pressure. They were not required to sacrifice their mental and physical health on the altar of social performance, but the work was not finished. The anxiety that Victorian women experienced, the pressure to be perfect, the fear of judgment, these things did not disappear with the end of New Year's Day calling. They simply took new forms. And understanding the Victorian experience helps us recognize these patterns in our own lives, helps us see when social expectations are crossing the line from reasonable to harmful, helps us find the courage to say enough. The story of Victorian women and New Year's Day is ultimately a story about the cost of impossible expectations. It is a story about what happens when society demands perfection and provides no support. It is a story about anxiety, exhaustion, and the quiet courage it takes to survive under crushing pressure. But it is also a story about change, about how unsustainable systems eventually collapse, about how women pushed past their limits eventually push back, about how suffering documented and acknowledged eventually leads to reform. And that brings us to the final part of our journey together. Because while we have seen how New Year's Day terrorized Victorian women, how it exhausted them physically and damaged them psychologically, we have not yet fully explored the most important question: how did this change? What happened to finally break the cycle? What can we learn from the women who refused to continue, who closed their doors, Who said no more? And most importantly, what does all of this history have to teach us about the impossible standards we still face today? Something remarkable happened in the winter of 1894. Across New York City, Boston, Philadelphia, and other major American cities, a curious phenomenon began to unfold. On New Year's Day, hundreds of homes that had traditionally held open houses simply did not open their doors. No announcements were made, no formal declarations were issued, women just stopped. A journalist for the New York Tribune, walking down Fifth Avenue on January 1st, 1894, wrote with barely concealed astonishment. The avenue, which in previous years had been crowded with carriages and bustling with gentlemen making their rounds, was today remarkably quiet. Of the 50 households I passed that customarily received callers, perhaps only 15 showed signs of activity. The others remained shuttered and silent, their parlours dark, their doors firmly closed. When I inquired at several of these homes, servants informed me, some apologetically, some with evident relief, that the family was not at home this year. No further explanation was offered, and none seemed required. The tradition appears to be dying not with a bang, but with a whisper. This was not organised protest. There was no movement, no manifesto, no collective decision-making. What happened was simpler and perhaps more powerful. Individual women, in their individual homes, reached their breaking points and decided they were done. They looked at the exhaustion, the anxiety, the impossible standards, and they chose, quietly, privately, without fanfare, to stop participating. And then something even more remarkable happened. Nothing. The sky did not fall. Society did not collapse. Business relationships were not destroyed. Social standing, while perhaps slightly diminished for some, remained largely intact. The consequences that women had been taught to fear for their entire lives, the catastrophic results of refusing social obligations, simply did not materialize. This realization spread like wildfire. If Mrs. Henderson could close her doors on New Year's Day without disaster, then maybe Mrs. Thompson could too. And if the Thompsons survived it, then maybe the Robertsons would try it next year, and so on, until the tradition that had terrorized women for generations quietly dissolved into memory. But to truly understand this rebellion, we need to look at the women who led it, not through dramatic public action, but through quiet private refusal. Women like Amelia Hartwell. Amelia was a middle-class woman living in Boston, married to a moderately successful lawyer, mother to 3 daughters. For 12 years she had hosted New Year's Day at homes. She had followed every rule, met every obligation, performed every ritual with exhausting precision, and every year it had cost her more than she could afford to give. In her diary, dated December 20th, 1893, she wrote something that would change her life. She wrote, "I do not want to do this anymore." That sentence, so simple, represented a radical act of self-awareness. Because wanting to not do something was not, in Victorian society, considered a valid reason to stop doing it. Women were expected to fulfill their obligations regardless of their feelings, regardless of the cost to their well-being. Duty trumped desire. Expectation overruled personal need. But Amelia wrote that sentence, and then, crucially, she wrote what came next. "And I am not going to do it anymore." She did not ask permission, she did not seek approval, she simply decided. And when New Year's Day arrived, she informed her husband that they would not be receiving callers this year. She braced herself for his anger, his insistence, his concern about what people would say. But her husband, perhaps seeing her exhaustion, perhaps understanding more than she gave him credit for, simply nodded and said, "All right." And that was it. No drama, no catastrophe, just relief. Amelia spent New Year's Day 1894 reading a novel she had been wanting to read for months. She napped in the afternoon, she played games with her daughters, she ate a simple dinner with her family, and when she went to bed that night, she wrote in her diary, "I have never felt more free in my entire life. I did not know it was possible to simply refuse. I did not know that the consequences I fear were mostly in my imagination. I cannot get back the 12 years I spent exhausting myself for this tradition, but I can claim every year that remains, and I will." Amelia's story is not unique. Across the English-speaking world in the 1890s and early 1900s, women were having similar revelations, the realization that they could say no, the discovery that the world would not end if they prioritized their own well-being over social performance, the understanding that the power of tradition rested not in some external enforcement mechanism, but in their own continued participation, and they could withdraw that participation whenever they chose. But let me be clear, this was not easy, and it was not universal. Many women continued to host New Year's Day at homes well into the 20th century, in some cases because they genuinely enjoyed the tradition, in other cases because the social or economic stakes were still too high to reuse. And the women who did refuse often faced real consequences, even if those consequences were not as catastrophic as they had been taught to fear. There is a letter from 1896, written by a woman named Margaret Sinclair, that captures both the freedom and the cost of refusal. She wrote, "This was my second year declining to hold an at home, and I must confess the social repercussions have been more significant than I anticipated. Several families who were once friendly have grown distant. Mrs. Pemberton made a pointed comment at the church social about modern women who shirk their duties. I have received fewer invitations this season than in previous years. My husband has mentioned gently that some of his business associates seem less warm than they once were, and yet I do not regret my decision, because I have also discovered who my true friends are, the ones who did not judge me for choosing rest over performance, who understood that I was not rejecting them personally but rather declining to participate in a system that had become unsustainable. I have found that the relationships built on mutual exhaustion were not actually worth maintaining, while the relationships built on genuine affection have only grown stronger. Yes, my social circle is smaller now, but it is truer, and I can breathe within it." Margaret's experience reveals an important truth. Opting out of oppressive systems does have costs, at least initially. You do lose relationships, standing, opportunities, but you also gain something precious: authenticity, autonomy, peace, and for many women that trade became worth making. The women who refused New Year's Day calling were part of a larger pattern of quiet resistance that characterized the late Victorian era. Women were pushing back in small ways against the systems that confined them. They were attending college in greater numbers. They were entering professions previously closed to them. They were advocating for the right to vote, to own property, to control their own lives. And they were also doing something less visible but equally important. They were refusing to perform femininity according to the old scripts. They were questioning whether they needed to be angels of the house, perfectly serene and endlessly self-sacrificing. They were asking whether maybe, just maybe, their needs mattered too. This questioning happened largely in private spaces, in diaries, in letters between women, in quiet conversations over tea, but it was powerful nonetheless. Because once you start questioning one impossible expectation, others begin to look suspect as well. Once you realize you can refuse one tradition without catastrophe, other refusals become imaginable. The New Year's Day rebellion was, in many ways, a gateway rebellion. Women who found the courage to close their doors on January 1st discovered they also had the courage to simplify their entertaining at other times of year, to reduce the number of social calls they made, to spend less time on elaborate food preparation and more time on activities they actually enjoyed. To say, in small ways and large, I am a human being with limits, and I am going to respect those limits even if society tells me not to. There were also women who took more public stands. Women like Florence Howe Hall, a suffragist and writer who published an essay in 1898 titled The Tyranny of Social Custom. In it, she argued explicitly that traditions like New Year's Day calling were not benign social customs, but rather mechanisms of control that kept women exhausted, anxious, and too depleted to participate in public life. She wrote, "Consider the energy expended by women in fulfilling social obligations that serve no real purpose beyond maintaining appearances. Calculate the hours spent in preparation, performance, and recovery from events like New Year's calling. Imagine what women could accomplish if that time and energy were redirected toward education, reform work, creative pursuits, or simply rest. We are told these customs are sacred, that abandoning them would be the death of civilization. But I ask, what kind of civilization requires half its population to exhaust themselves maintaining rituals that benefit no one? Is that a civilization worth preserving, or one that desperately needs reform?" Hall's essay was controversial. She was criticized as radical, unfeminine, dangerous. But she was also praised by women who'd been thinking the same things but had never seen their thoughts expressed so boldly in print. Her essay gave permission. It made resistance thinkable, speakable, defensible, and it contributed to a growing conversation about women's rights that went far beyond social customs. Because the same logic that questioned New Year's calling could be applied to any number of restrictions on women's lives. If we do not actually need elaborate social performances to maintain civilization, what else do we not need? Restrictions on women's education, on their employment, on their political participation, on their control over their own bodies and futures. The personal became political, and the political reinforced the personal. Women who were fighting for the vote were also fighting for the right to manage their own time and energy. Women who were entering universities were also declining exhausting social obligations. The movements fed each other, creating momentum for change. By the early 1900s, New Year's Day calling had largely disappeared as a widespread tradition. Oh, some families still practiced it, particularly in more conservative or traditional communities. Some people looked back on it with nostalgia, remembering the beauty and elegance while conveniently forgetting the exhaustion and anxiety. But as a dominant social custom that most respectable families felt obligated to observe, it was dead, and Victorian women were not sorry to see it go. In 1912, a women's magazine called The Modern Woman published a retrospective on Victorian social customs. One article written by a woman who had lived through the transition reflected, "When I tell my daughters about New Year's calling, they look at me as though I am describing some bizarre ritual from a primitive culture. They cannot imagine spending 3 days preparing food for a 6-hour marathon of hosting dozens of visitors they barely knew. They cannot conceive of staying awake until midnight out of superstitious fear. They find the calling card rules absurdly complex, and the consequences for errors ridiculously disproportionate. And they are right. Those customs were absurd. We knew they were absurd even as we practiced them, but we felt we had no choice. My daughters have more choices, not unlimited choices. Women still face many restrictions and expectations, but they can decline an invitation without fearing social death. They can close their doors when they need rest. They can say, 'I am not doing that,' and survive the saying of it. I gave them that freedom by exercising it myself, by refusing when refusal seemed impossible, by showing them that women can withstand social pressure if we support each other in the withstanding. I hope they will continue to expand the boundaries of what is possible, to question expectations that harm them, to choose authenticity over performance. That is the best legacy I can leave them. This reflection captures something essential about how social change happens. It is not usually dramatic revolution. It is individual people making individual choices that gradually, cumulatively shift what is considered normal. It is mothers teaching daughters that they have options. It is women supporting other women in resistance. It is the slow, patient work of expanding freedom one boundary at a time. But I want to acknowledge something important. The end of New Year's Day calling did not end women's struggles with impossible expectations. The specific traditions changed, but the underlying dynamic, the pressure to be perfect, the fear of judgment, the exhaustion of constant performance, persisted in new forms. In the early 20th century, women faced new pressures around physical appearance as beauty standards became more commercialized. In the mid-20th century, suburban housewives were expected to maintain spotless homes while raising perfect children and supporting their husbands' careers, all without showing strain. In the late 20th century, women entered the workforce in large numbers while still being expected to manage domestic life, creating the infamous second shift. And today we have social media, where the performance of perfect life is constant and public, where every vacation, every meal, every moment can be curated and shared and judged, where the pressure to appear effortlessly successful has been amplified by technology and extended to every area of life. The specifics change. The calling cards become Instagram likes. The New Year's Day hosting becomes the perfect holiday tablescape shared online. The anxiety about making an etiquette error becomes anxiety about being cancelled for an ill-considered tweet. But the underlying pattern, impossible standards, constant performance, exhaustion hidden beneath a polished surface, remains remarkably similar. And that is why the story of Victorian women and New Year's Day still matters. Because we are still fighting variations of the same battle, we are still being told to be perfect while denying the effort perfection requires. We are still being judged harshly for failures while being given insufficient support to succeed. We are still exhausting ourselves trying to meet standards that were designed to be unattainable. But here is what gives me hope. If Victorian women, with far fewer rights and resources than we have today, could push back against impossible expectations, so can we. If they could close their doors and survive the consequences, we can set boundaries and survive our consequences. If they could question traditions that had existed for generations and decide those traditions no longer served them, we can question our own traditions and expectations and make our own decisions about what we will and will not carry forward. The Victorian women who refused New Year's calling did not have the language we have now for concepts like self-care, boundaries, mental health. They did not have therapy or support groups or extensive networks of women sharing strategies for resistance. They had personal courage, collective exhaustion, and a growing sense that enough was enough. And it was sufficient. They changed their world, or at least their corner of it, through the simple act of refusal. We have more tools than they did. More language, more awareness, more explicit support for prioritizing well-being over performance. We have research showing the damage that impossible standards inflict. We have movements dedicated to questioning those standards. We have the accumulated wisdom of generations of women who pushed back before us. And we have their example. Women like Amelia Hartwell, who wrote, "I do not want to do this anymore," and then stopped doing it. Women like Victoria Halstead, who closed her doors and survived the gossip. Women like Florence Howe Hall, who named the system that oppressed women and called for its dismantling. Women like Eleanor, who reflected honestly on what was lost and what was gained when traditions changed. These women teach us that change is possible, that refusal is survivable. that we do not have to keep playing games that were rigged against us from the start. As we approach the final part of our journey, I want you to think about your own New Year's days, not literally January 1st, but metaphorically. What are the traditions in your life that exhaust you? What are the expectations you fulfill out of fear rather than genuine desire? What are the performances you maintain because you have been taught that stopping would be catastrophic? And I want you to consider, what would happen if you stopped? Really stopped. Not just fantasized about stopping, but actually refused. What is the worst that could realistically happen? And what might you gain in peace, in authenticity, in energy freed up for things that actually matter to you? The Victorian women who changed their world did not do so through grand gestures. They did it through small, private acts of refusal that accumulated into collective change. They closed doors, they simplified customs, they said no when yes was expected, and bit by bit, tradition by tradition, they expanded the boundaries of what was possible for women. We can do the same. We must do the same. Because the alternative, continuing to exhaust ourselves for standards that serve no one, continuing to perform perfection that does not exist, continuing to sacrifice our well-being for traditions that extract more than they give, is unsustainable, just as it was unsustainable for Victorian women. The story of New Year's Day is, ultimately, a story about the power of saying enough, about reaching the limit of what you can endure and choosing to stop enduring it, about finding the courage to disappoint others in order to preserve yourself, about the quiet, revolutionary act of prioritizing your humanity over society's expectations. And that brings us to our final question, the one that ties everything together. What does this history mean for us now in our own time, facing our own versions of impossible standards? How do we take the lessons of Victorian women's resistance and apply them to our contemporary struggles? How do we honour their courage by continuing the work they began, the work of dismantling systems that demand too much and give too little, the work of building a world where women are not constantly exhausted by the burden of being perfect? Let us bring this story home. On January 1st, 2025, that is just a few weeks ago, I scrolled through my social media feed and saw something that made me stop. A woman had posted a photo of her kitchen, and the caption read, "This is what my kitchen looks like after hosting Christmas. I am exhausted. I am not cleaning this today. I am not hosting New Year's. I am not doing anything except resting, and I am done apologizing for it." The photo showed a kitchen in disarray, dishes piled in the sink, counters had cluttered, clear evidence of a large gathering. And you know what was remarkable? The comments. Hundreds of women responding with variations of "good for you," "I am doing the same," "this is exactly what I needed to see." Women giving each other permission to rest. Women celebrating the refusal to maintain impossible standards. I thought about Eleanor, I thought about Amelia Hartwell, I thought about all the Victorian women whose stories we have followed through this long night together, and I realised they would understand this moment completely, because the specific details change. Instagram posts instead of calling cards, holiday stress instead of New Year's Day at homes, but the fundamental struggle remains the same. Women are still fighting for the right to be human rather than perfect, and we are still finding courage in each other's refusal. So what have we learned from our journey through Victorian New Year's anxiety? What can these women, separated from us by more than a century, teach us about our own lives? First, and perhaps most importantly, impossible standards are designed to be impossible. The Victorian social system did not accidentally create expectations that women could not meet. It deliberately constructed a framework where failure was inevitable, because a woman who was constantly aware of her inadequacy was a woman who could be controlled. If you are exhausted trying to be perfect, you do not have energy left to question why perfection is required. If you are anxious about making mistakes, you become hypervigilant about following rules. If you are isolated by the fear that others are judging you, you cannot build the collective solidarity needed to resist. This is still true today. When you feel like you are failing to maintain a perfect home while working full-time, failing to have the picture-perfect holiday celebration, failing to be the effortlessly flawless woman that advertising and social media suggest you should be, that feeling of failure is not accidental. You're not actually failing. The standards themselves are the problem. They were set deliberately high to keep you striving, spending, performing, and too exhausted to question whether any of it actually serves you. Recognizing this, truly recognizing it, is the first step toward freedom. Because once you see that the game is rigged, you can stop blaming yourself for losing it. Second lesson: the consequences of refusal are almost always less catastrophic than we are taught to fear. Remember how Victorian women were told that closing their doors on New Year's Day would result in social death, business ruin, unmarriageable daughters? And what actually happened when women started refusing? Some social relationships cooled, some invitations stopped coming. But life continued, families survived, the world did not end. We are taught from childhood to fear the consequences of disappointing others. We are socialized to believe that setting boundaries is selfish, that saying no is cruel, that prioritizing our own well-being over others' expectations is fundamentally wrong. And so we exhaust ourselves saying yes to things we do not want to do, maintaining relationships that drain us, performing to standards we do not believe in, all because we are terrified of what might happen if we stop. But here is what I have learned from studying the Victorian women who refused. The consequences they feared most: total rejection, complete isolation, catastrophic loss of standing almost never materialized. What did happen was smaller, more manageable, and often surprisingly positive. They lost relationships that were based on mutual exhaustion rather than genuine affection. They gained time and energy for things that actually mattered. They discovered who their true friends were. They found that authenticity, even when it came with costs, was worth more than performance. And we can trust this lesson in our own lives. When you set a boundary, when you say no to an obligation that exhausts you, when you deign to maintain a tradition that no longer serves you, when you choose rest over performance, the consequences will likely be far less severe than you fear. Some people may be disappointed, some relationships may shift, but you will survive. And you may discover, as Victorian women did, that what you gain is worth far more than what you lose. Third lesson: small acts of refusal accumulate into large-scale change. The end of New Year's Day calling did not happen because some authority figure declared it over. It happened because individual women in their individual homes made individual decisions to stop participating. And then other women saw their example and made similar decisions, and gradually, critical mass was reached, and the tradition that had seemed permanent and unchangeable simply faded away. This is how most real social change happens, not through dramatic revolution, but through accumulated small acts of resistance. One woman closing her door, another simplifying her entertaining, another speaking honestly about her exhaustion instead of pretending to be fine. Each act seems insignificant on its own, but collectively they shift what is considered normal, what is considered acceptable, what is considered possible. You may think that your individual choices do not matter, that opting out of one tradition or setting one boundary will not change anything. But you are wrong. Every time you prioritize your well-being over performance, you make it easier for another woman to do the same. Every time you speak honestly about struggling instead of pretending to be perfect, you give permission for other women to drop their masks. Every time you refuse an impossible standard, you weaken the power of that standard over all of us. Your resistance matters. Your refusal counts. Your decision to say, "I'm not doing that anymore," contributes to a larger movement toward a more humane world, even if you never see the full impact of your choice. Fourth lesson: we need each other. Victorian women who resisted in isolation often paid heavy prices and sometimes could not sustain their resistance. But women who found solidarity with other women, who had friends who understood, who had family members who supported their choices, who could point to other women's examples as justification for their own refusal, those women were more likely to persevere. This is still true. Resistance is hard when you do it alone. But when you have people who validate your exhaustion, who confirm that the standards are unreasonable, who celebrate your refusal rather than criticize it, resistance becomes not just possible but sustainable. This is why communities matter. This is why women talking honestly with each other about our struggles matters. This is why representation matters. Seeing other women set boundaries successfully makes it easier for you to set your own boundaries. This is why we share our messy kitchens on social media, why we admit that we are not okay, why we tell the truth about how hard things are, because isolation keeps us compliant, but connection enables resistance. Find your people, find the women who will support you in saying no, who will validate your decision to rest, who will remind you that you are not failing when you refuse to meet impossible standards, and be that person for other women. Celebrate their refusals, support their boundaries, remind them that they deserve to be treated as human beings rather than performance machines. We rise together. We always have. Fifth and final lesson: progress is not linear, and battles won must be fought again in new forms. The Victorian women who ended New Year's Day calling did not end women's struggle with impossible expectations. They won one specific battle in a much larger war, and we are still fighting that war today, against different specific expectations but the same underlying dynamic. This can feel discouraging. Why fight if the victory is temporary? Why resist if the same pressures will just return in new forms? But here is why. Because each battle won expands the territory of freedom. Victorian women who refused New Year's Day calling did not solve all problems for all women forever, but they did make it normal for women to prioritize their well-being over social performance in that specific context. They created a precedent. They proved it was possible. And that precedent, that proof, made subsequent refusals easier. We are building on their work. When we set boundaries, when we refuse impossible standards, when we speak honestly about our struggles, we are continuing the work they began, and we are creating precedents that will make resistance easier for the women who come after us. We may not solve everything, but we can expand the boundaries of freedom. We can normalize refusal. We can make it easier for our daughters, literal or metaphorical, to say no to things that harm them. That is enough. That is more than enough. That is everything. I want to close by returning to where we began. Eleanor sitting at her writing desk on that cold December night in 1875, making her battle plan for New Year's Day. She was anxious. She was exhausted. She was dreading the ordeal ahead. But she also believed she had no choice. She believed that refusing would cost more than enduring. She believed that her suffering was simply the price of being a respectable woman. And you know what? For most of her life, Eleanor was probably right. The costs of refusal in her specific time and place were genuinely high. The social and economic consequences were real. She was not wrong to be afraid. But Eleanor's daughters, the ones she hoped would face less pressure, did have more choices. Because women like Amelia Hartwell and Victoria Halstead and Margaret Sinclair and Florence Howe Hall and countless others whose names we do not know made the choice to refuse when refusal seemed impossible. They paid the cost so the next generation would not have to. They expanded the boundaries so their daughters would have more room to breathe. And now it is our turn. We have more freedom than Eleanor did. We have more rights, more resources, more explicit support for prioritizing well-being over performance. We stand on the shoulders of every woman who refused before us, and we have a responsibility to ourselves and to the women who come after us to continue expanding the boundaries of freedom. This does not mean you have to become an activist or a revolutionary. It does not mean you have to make grand dramatic gestures. It just means doing what those Victorian women did, looking at the impossible expectations in your life and asking whether you actually want to continue meeting them. Making small choices to prioritize your humanity over others' expectations. Finding your people and supporting each other in resistance. Teaching the next generation that they have options. That is enough. You are enough. Your refusal, however small, however private, however seemingly insignificant, is enough. We have spent this long night together exploring a single question. Why did Victorian women fear New Year's Day more than Christmas? And we have discovered that the answer is complicated, layered, revealing of so much more than just one holiday tradition. They feared New Year's Day because it concentrated all the impossible expectations of Victorian womanhood into one exhausting, anxiety-inducing, judgment-filled ordeal. It required perfect hosting while providing no support. It demanded effortless grace while creating conditions that made grace impossible. It used superstition and social pressure to control women's behavior. It turned women against each other through comparison and gossip. It damaged mental and physical health while blaming women for their own suffering. New Year's Day was feared because it was, in miniature, everything that was wrong with how Victorian society treated women. It was the impossible standards, the constant performance, the hidden exhaustion, the price of perfection made visible and concentrated into 6 terrible hours. But we've also discovered something else, how that system eventually cracked. How women, despite having far fewer rights and resources than we have today, found ways to resist. How small acts of refusal accumulated into large-scale change. How solidarity and honesty and simple human exhaustion eventually overwhelmed even the most entrenched traditions. And we've learned that their struggle is our struggle, that the specifics change but the pattern persists, that we're still fighting for the right to be imperfect, still resisting impossible standards, still learning to value authenticity over performance, and that we can win these battles, one refusal at a time, one boundary at a time, one honest conversation at a time. So as we close this story as the night draws to an end and morning approaches, I want you to remember, you're not Eleanor, trapped in a system with no options. You are Eleanor's great-great-granddaughter, inheriting the freedom that women before you fought to create. And you have the power to continue expanding that freedom for the women who come after you. You do not have to be perfect. You do not have to meet every expectation. You do not have to exhaust yourself maintaining traditions that no longer serve you. You can close your door. You can say no. You can rest. You can choose authenticity over performance, humanity over perfection, peace over approval. The Victorian women we have walked beside through this long night are whispering to you across the years, it is possible. Refusal is survivable. Freedom is worth the cost. We did it. You can too. Listen to them. Honor their courage by continuing their work. And when you're tired, when you are overwhelmed, when the pressure to be perfect feels crushing, remember, women before you refused impossible standards and survived. You can refuse. You will survive. And your refusal will make it easier for the women who come after you. That is their gift to you, and that is the gift you can give forward. Thank you for spending this long night with me, for listening to these stories, for staying with me through the exhaustion and anxiety and struggle and eventual hope. I know this was a journey over 2 hours together, exploring darkness before finding light. Thank you for trusting me with your time. These stories from the past matter because they illuminate our present. They help us see patterns we might otherwise miss. They give us courage by showing us that women have always resisted, have always survived, have always found ways to expand the boundaries of what is possible. And they remind us that we are part of a long tradition of women refusing to be crushed by impossible expectations. I hope these stories stay with you. I hope when you face your own impossible standards, you remember Eleanor and Amelia and Victoria and all the women whose names we do not know but whose courage we can still feel across the years. I hope their example gives you permission to rest, to refuse, to prioritize your well-being over performance, and I hope you will return when you need to hear these truths again. Because sometimes we forget, sometimes the pressure to be perfect becomes overwhelming again. Sometimes we need to be reminded that we are not failing, the standards are unreasonable, and we have the right to refuse. This channel will be here, exploring more forgotten stories, uncovering more hidden histories, finding more connections between past struggles and present challenges. There are so many stories still to tell, so many women whose courage deserves to be remembered, so many lessons from history that can help us navigate our modern lives. Until we meet again in another story, on another night, I wish you rest, I wish you courage, I wish you the freedom to be imperfectly, authentically, beautifully human. You deserve it. You've always deserved it. Sleep well, my friends. And remember, you are enough exactly as you are.